Boa tarde, esperamos que o almoço tenha sido do vosso agrado. Vamos então retomar os nossos trabalhos com o tema O futuro dos motores de busca. No início, era apenas a acumulação de informação. Informação que só se transforma em conhecimento com ferramentas de agregação de conteúdos, de estruturação e indexação que permitam o acesso simples e instantâneo a toda a informação armazenada. A omnipresença de terminais de acesso às diversas plataformas de rede e os motores de pesquisa que permitem a recolha de informação certa no momento certo modificaram as nossas práticas de aprendizagem, de criatividade profissional e de vida em sociedade. Será que esta dependência crescente da informação armazenada e dos motores de busca correspondem a uma tendência de libertação para novos níveis de atividade criativa ou a uma escravidão em relação às novas fontes de informação? Estas, certamente, algumas das questões que vamos ver debatidas nesta sessão. Eu peço de imediato a vossa atenção ao moderador, a quem solicito, quando achar oportuno, que nos apresente também os participantes neste painel. Muito obrigado.
Muito boas tardes. O meu nome é Rui Jorge Cruz, sou jornalista e comigo tenho a Dona Isabel Aguilera, da Google, e assim, portanto, à minha esquerda, portanto, à vossa direita. Depois, o Sr. Gerardo Stein Maroniena, da Fast Search and Transfer Incorporated, que tem operações no Brasil, México, Argentina, Chile e Colômbia. Depois do Sr. François Baudoncle, aqui à minha esquerda, que é o CEO da Exalid, a empresa francesa desta área, e que participou no início do desenvolvimento do motor de pesquisa Alta Vista, nos idos anos 90, nos tempos ainda da Digital Equipment Corporation. À minha direita tenho João Paulo Luz, diretor comercial do Sapo. Depois o Sr. David Alstader, diretor de marketing da Microsoft para esta área. E na extrema oposta da mesa, o Sr. Roberto Ruju, consultor da Capgemini, portanto, especializado nesta área. Penso que estão a ter convosco os vossos dispositivos de tradução, por isso continuarei a falar em português. Como na breve introdução que foi feita, é óbvio e já utilizado por milhões de pessoas todas as possibilidades dos motores de busca, que transformaram a disponibilidade de informação para um número potencialmente infinito de pessoas, o acesso a uma quantidade também potencialmente infinita de informação. É claro que estas coisas são sempre, trazem sempre consigo vantagens e ao mesmo tempo em si mesmas certas limitações, porque passar da situação de informação estruturada disponível em bibliotecas ou em centros de documentação, como era, portanto, hábito até então, para ter acesso direto e muitas vezes quase instantâneo a terabytes de informação, põe o problema de como organizar, como tornar útil esse acesso. Daí, portanto, que os motores de busca, as empresas que oferecem serviços de motores de busca, se tenham, portanto, orientado, nomeadamente o Google, ou a Google, com o seu motor de busca, que é um dos mais conhecidos, e para muita gente é sinónimo de motor de busca, mas, de facto, há mais motores de busca no mercado. E há outras empresas que estão, portanto, a apostar, portanto, neste tipo de serviço, de novo serviço. Portanto, põe-se a questão de como organizar e como tornar efetivamente útil esse acesso a terabytes de informação que de antes não estavam disponíveis a ninguém e ultrapassando em muito os limites, mas de uma forma absolutamente exponencial, os limites da informação que o mais competente dos académicos teria acesso nos seus círculos da sua faculdade, da sua universidade ou dos seus meios de investigação. Portanto, uma das questões que se põe é como é que estas possibilidades podem ser melhor aproveitadas pelo utilizador em geral, pelo utilizador anónimo. Quanto ao futuro, portanto, isso será uma questão fundamental, portanto, para o futuro dos motores de busca. O futuro dos motores de busca dependerá, por um lado, de fatores imateriais e, por outro lado, de fatores materiais para o seu desenvolvimento. Os fatores materiais são aqueles que oferecem menos dúvidas, menos interrogações. Do ponto de vista das tecnologias, elas já existem ou estão, portanto, ao virar da esquina. A capacidade de processamento associada, multiplicada sob diversas formas, continua a estar em plena evolução, não desmentindo a lei de Moore, antes a confirmando, e quando forem portanto, mudados os paradigmas dos atuais processadores baseados em transistores e se passar, portanto, aos processadores quânticos e outro tipo de processadores que estão ainda no domínio da investigação e do desenvolvimento, provavelmente a lei de Moore será confirmada, entre aspas, de ultrapassada ainda mais do que é hoje. Portanto, a capacidade de processamento de informação continua a aumentar de mês para mês, de ano para ano, de forma amplamente suficiente para lidar, portanto, com as quantidades de informação. O mesmo se passa com a capacidade de armazenamento. Ao nível do software também vai havendo ferramentas que lidam com estas quantidades de informação de forma cada vez mais inteligente. Portanto, a questão está mesmo naquilo que são os fatores imateriais, portanto, os fatores de dúvida residem nos fatores que eu designei por imateriais, portanto, quanto ao futuro dos motores de busca. Esses fatores imateriais, eu coloquei a inteligência artificial na fronteira entre os fatores imateriais e os materiais, na medida em que eles, por um lado, podem ser enquadrados na categoria do software, mas não se esgotam aí. Com outros fatores imateriais teremos fatores culturais, fatores civilizacionais que, obviamente, constituem problemas com que os motores de busca e os seus critérios de discriminação da informação têm que lidar. Portanto, temos as línguas, temos, além disso, portanto, as maneiras de pensar, as categorias culturais ou mesmo civilizacionais. De qualquer forma, sublinharia, portanto, a questão da inteligência artificial em si mesma, ou em sentido mais lato, como um fator decisivo para o futuro dos motores de busca e punha isso como uma das questões a todo o painel, portanto, que se pronunciasse, por favor, sobre isto. Outro fator imaterial, e que, quanto a mim, é aquele que oferece maiores dúvidas e interrogações, tem a ver com a confiança dos utilizadores. Os motores de busca são, numa primeira abordagem, extraordinariamente atraentes pelas possibilidades que dão, portanto, como é óbvio para todos, mas diversos fatores põem aos utilizadores, pelo menos aqueles que mais refletem sobre as questões que têm a ver com a privacidade ou que têm a ver com outras questões a elas associadas, questões como, por exemplo, que efeitos tem a exploração comercial dos motores de busca na forma como é ordenada a informação que é presente ao utilizador. Que vieses é que isso introduz ou não portanto, nessa apresentação e na disponibilização da informação ao utilizador. Por outro lado, os motores de busca conseguem, obviamente, organizar, portanto, a forma como disponibilizam a informação, reunindo informação sobre as preferências, os temas mais procurados, as abordagens mais frequentemente utilizadas pelos utilizadores, passa a redundância, e isto conduz a um acervo de informação sobre os utilizadores que levanta problemas, levanta questões quanto à utilização que é feita, por um lado, desses dados recolhidos de uma utilização maciça dos motores de busca e, por outro lado, da confidencialidade ou da disponibilidade, quem tem acesso a essa informação, como é que ela poderá ser usada no futuro próximo ou mais longínquo. Por outro lado, ainda uma outra manifestação dos tais fatores imateriais e, portanto, nos aspectos culturais e civilizacionais, é a vulnerabilidade dos serviços de motores de busca aos contextos político-institucionais dos diferentes países do mundo. E relembro a polémica que houve, portanto, há uns meses largos, quando, por exemplo, o Yahoo aceitou um conjunto de regras imposto pelas autoridades da República Popular da China para poder disponibilizar o seu serviço, portanto, neste país. Portanto, lançadas estas questões, e na medida em que a economia de tempo aqui vai ser particularmente difícil, porque temos, felizmente, 6 oradores, mas apenas 1h30, queríamos reservar algum tempo para quem quisesse pôr questões o pudesse fazer. Eu passava imediatamente a palavra à Sra. Isabel Aguilera, que esclarecesse já, porque tem um avião marcado para as 5 e tal, terá que, portanto, deixar-nos pouco depois da sua intervenção. Sra. Isabel.
Hi, good afternoon. Boa tarde. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. I will try to do my best in English, and sorry not to speak Portuguese. I hope that you will also understand that in this well-communicated world, we have had a misunderstanding. So on the fly, I have had to reduce my presentation to half of it, and now while presenting it to you, I have to reduce it even further, other half% of it. So probably you will find some mismatching between the slides and what I'm talking. But you know, to put 1 hour presentation, thanks Carlos for warning me, 1 hour presentation into 15 minutes, it's going to be a challenge today. I want to talk to you about what Google thinks is the future of search engines. And when we talk about the future, we are talking right now about tomorrow. Our mission in Google is to organize the world's information and make it universally accessible and useful. This has to do, and I have not deleted this slide, because it's still a challenge for the future. We consider that only 15%, from 10 to 15% of today's world information is in Internet. So just imagine the huge challenge that we have ahead of us when we try to organize and make accessible and useful the 100% of the information, or let's say 50% of it. Just with that 10% or 15%, we have created 36 products, and we have another 18 on Google Labs. Why so? Because the complexity is multiplied when you consider different kinds of information in different formats and to which you can access from different devices. So you have the general information of the internet, then you have pictures, you have maps, you have 3D information, you have images, you have books, you have financial information, you have news, you have mails. That complexity makes our lives more sophisticated, and we have to create, and we are committed to create, different kind of tools for making that access easier for you and more useful for you. Some of them are also the result of accessing to those products from different devices. That's the reason for having Google Maps on the mobile phones, or having the search engine on the mobile phone as well. Google is not only a search engine company. We are a company that is based on organizing that information, and we have created a business model around that makes our life really profitable. We are selling advertising in those products with the aim of having the petrol that will give us more time and freedom to create more challenging products for the future, for making them available for all of you. We divided our activities with the rule 70-20-10%, and that is consistent in all parts of the business. The core activities of Google are search and ads, advertising. Then we have a wide set of products around that search engine, Google Mobile, Google Enterprise, Google Earth, Gmail, and then a 10% that is around those products that are also less important for us, but in the future might become to the scene in a more central way. This kind of 70-20-10% is also used when we buy or when we acquire any other companies. We buy the companies that are small, that have a technology that is really differential, and that we consider that they have talent inside. That has been used as well for the acquisition, the recent acquisition of YouTube. It's a small company, 65 employees around the world, with a differential technology, and where we think is going to be the future. This consistency also has created the challenge of converting all our products into mobile products, because we really consider that the future is mobile. And that will be a beginning and an end, a different kind of scenarios when everybody access to the information from mobile devices. So all of them, or most of them, are converted into mobile use. You have news, SMS, Gmail, local search for mobile. Also, advertising is available for mobile. And as Larry Page, our co-founder says, we have only started to do our duties. This is the slide that represents the business model, which is also what we consider the future of many products inside the internet world. We consider that we have a terrific business model that is a collateral effect of very intelligent, brilliant people creating the information of this world accessible and useful. We have a business model that is based on many users that are very happy because they have software application that works from the very first day, even when they are launched at beta test stage. We have a network of advertising, our customers, that are using that happy customers platform to advertise their products and services at the moment they are looking for it. And we have a very extensive network of publishers and partners that put their content on our products. So our mission in every country is not only to localize our products and to evangelize on the use of internet and the e-marketing, it's also to get to local agreements with the content suppliers for our local customers to find the local information. We have statistics that say that 70% of the information that we search every day is just local information. Most of our applications have APIs available for our users for them to customize and to put their own information. We also consider that this will enhance the power and the useful of our applications, and that's also the future. And the business model based on the cost per click and the algorithms of how much every customer, every potential advertiser will pay is also marking the pace for the future. It is a mix on the competition of the click in every industry, a mix of the ranking that you want to have inside all the advertisers, and how many clicks you get, so how well accepted you are among your potential customers. That will give us the possibility of becoming double interesting for the best suppliers of each category, because they will pay less for their clicks and they will be placed in a better position, getting more clicks at every time. This is the same. So what we see for the future? We see for the future like an auction platform where Google can supply all kinds of advertising in any platform or where the customers are attending or searching or looking for information. This is the natural search that you know. This is the paid sponsor links that I was referring to. This is just a slide to demonstrate that internet is not only the fastest media, it's also the fastest media as a platform for advertisers. This is no news because we all know that internet is in the core of our lives. And this is perhaps the beginning of what you are interested in. Our point of view is that in the future, the search engines will evolve to have more comprehensiveness and even better quality and in search results. That means more focus, less noise, going more direct to the information you are looking for. Much more international content and operations in more countries. Moving to a Google who knows you, more personalization, more getting to know what you are looking for, what you mean when you say something to the search engine. A much deeper advertising network and many new advertising products. Our site targeting network is very powerful, and that's really making the difference to get to your long-tail customers. This is a slide that refers to the Spanish market, but that can be very well applied in all other European ones. We are spending more and more time in our lives in front of internet, while the marketing budgets are only using a small part of it with internet. The average in Europe is 6% on internet usage of budgets, and is 26% of internet exposure. In any case, a big opportunity for the future, not only of the search engines, but also for the future of the economies of our countries and for the future of the economies of our companies. Why is that? Because thanks to the search engines and the new ways of behaving of all of us, we will reach our targets when they are searching. We will reach our targets when they are reading or searching something related to what we do. And we will also get to those users when they are visiting sites about their affinities. Which other advantages? Well, I have already mentioned the long tail. That's something that is making our lives slightly different. We don't need to cancel campaigns. Thanks to internet and the search engines used as platform of advertising, we can just have latent campaigns and reaching even the small or the very specific customer, very sophisticated ones when they are searching for something. Things that are not worthwhile keeping in other media, you can just keep them in internet and paying only when they are clicking on your ad. This will give us the opportunity for a further segmentation that is really a trend for the future. We are here and we are more and more sophisticated. We have a very segmented audience. We have a very segmented and specific devices options for each of them, and we have more and more complexity in the offer of our products in our companies. Making the right mix for each person in each media at each moment and with the right message is now possible thanks to the internet possibilities, thanks to Google and other search engines. But it's not only that, we can also track, and this is a trend of the future, we can measure, correct, and do online every kind of a strategy that we want according to results, and not results of 1 month old. We can do it on 1 day data, or just 2 days, 1 week data, and correct accordingly. Which are the new challenges? Apart from the mobility, apart from the online marketing, apart from measuring and tracking every result, this is another trend to stay, shareability. When we have not get to know the specific targets and where they are and where can we reach them, our targets are moving fast, and now they are organizing themselves in communities and groups of affinity. And that's becoming more and more important. This is the phenomenon of MySpace. They select which group is going to be the one that make more influence on their decisions. These kind of challenges are going to be really powerful in the future, and that's why Google is also investing in that kind of companies. And that's why Picasa has become Picasa Web Albums. It's another product where you can put your pictures available for some groups or for the world. Of course, image is another trend of the future. And social networks for marketing. This is something more specific, just what I was referring before, just taking noise out of the general search and going deeper and going to Google Books for books, Google News for news, Google Finance for finance, Google Healthcare for health news. And if we want just to breathe and say, oh my God, what is coming, this is one of the very last news. We are coming to the mix of different world and media. We don't foresee that this is the end of other media, not at all. We are coming to a more complex world where everybody has a place. The problem is that we need to find the right mix. We have to combine audio, movies, internet, radio, online marketing, offline marketing, and all kinds of segmentation that we want. Which other new services we foresee for the future? Well, apart from some experiments like click to call instead of cost per click, you can select, instead of clicking and going to the web of the advertising, you can select that they call you to offer their services. We also have other kind of experiments like cost per acquisition, which is to agree to a point where you start paying, not when you click, a little bit further down. And another trend is that when you are searching, you are finding, and very likely you are willing to buy. Google wants to make our lives easier and to close the cycle of this trend. And we are offering new products like Google Checkout, which so far is only an authentication platform, but it's the core of a future payment system where you, to facilitate your purchases along the month and against some reports for the users to make it faster and more secure for everybody, both the suppliers and the potential customers. That's all what I have been able to do in 15, 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Aguilera. Demos mais alguns minutos à Sra. Isabela Aguilera, dado que ela, na medida em que não pode aguardar até ao fim da sessão e ao período de perguntas e respostas, portanto, justificava-se mais uns minutos e também tendo em conta que teve que reduzir à última hora a sua apresentação contra as suas expectativas, em termos de tempo. Pedi agora, portanto, ao Sr. François Bourdoncle que nos desse a sua perspectiva, tendo em conta a sua antiguidade na investigação nesta área dos motores de busca.
Thank you very much. First of all, I want to apologize for my voice. I'm a bit sick, and my talk was supposed to be very gentle and kind and everything. But after hearing the talk of Isabel, I'm going to reorganize my slides because I don't know for you, but I kind of find this presentation of Google fascinating. So XLead, and so I'm going to explain why, and I'm going to explain why I think this is not the future of search engines, but rather the future of media companies. And for that, we agree. Media companies, Google is going to be very important in the future for media. But for search, it's another history. So XLead, you may not know of us. We're a search engine company. Actually, I was involved in search engines in its early days back in '95, actually. It's been 11, 12 years. I've been one of the early developers of the AltaVista search engine. Some of you may remember this very nice and early search engine. And so I've been in this industry for a very long time, and I've seen the rise, and I was about to say the fall, but we're unlikely to see the fall of Google anytime soon, at least as a media company. So I saw the rise of Google, and actually at the time I was working with Louis Monnier, who is the founder of AltaVista. And they were still at Stanford, and I told them, well, you know, these guys are doing a very good job. You should buy them. And he told me, well, you know, too late. AltaVista has already won the war. You know, rings a bell. So I think, you know, there's nothing more certain than uncertainty in the technology world. And what's fascinating for me when I see this talk is that it's not about search, not at all. It's about media and advertising. And the fact that Google has, you know, 50-something products is a proof of the failure of Google in a sense, in that, you know, instead of having one product that basically addresses the problem of finding the right information, you know, in a single click, well, they have 50 products. And as everybody knows, you know, only 4 out of the 50 or something products actually found their way, you know, to the marketplace. So how do I, next? So let me come back to my presentation and explain, you know, why the future of search is certainly different from the past. And I will grant you that Google is certainly the success of Web 1.0, but there's nothing more certain than you know, Web 2.0 may be a little different from Web 1.0 is. So if you look at all the media giants today and search engine giants, they're struggling with the very same problem. They have zillions of applications, like 50 or 30-something applications, that were built, you know, in an anarchic way, so to speak, you know, from the labs, from the market and everything. And they're trying to glue that together. And the evidence of this problem is that, for instance, you know, Google had to acquire YouTube, and Google Video didn't make it, didn't work. And that's the proof that there's something new to invent here. And so search is not just, you know, one question, one answer, and then ads on the side. It can be more than this. So actually, I started working with AltaVista 10 years ago. Then I sold the technology to AltaVista. Then I had quite a bit of money. Then I went back to university, and then I developed a new search technology at the time for like 2 years, then bought the technology in 2000 and founded XLead right after the internet bubble. And it was a blessing for us because starting after the internet bubble, you know, helped us remain focused on customers and revenue. And so we chose to go not after the consumer market the way Google did. And by the way, at the time, Google was starting to emerge, and we thought it was wiser not to, you know, try to challenge them directly at the time. So we went after the enterprise market. So we've been active in the enterprise market for 6 years now. We are present all over Europe through subsidiaries or partners, and we've entered the US market about 1 year ago. We've also started, after 8 years of research and development, to start under our own brand, launching a web search engine called XLead. The name may very well change in the future because this is not a very good consumer name, admittedly. We've opened a month ago, XLead in the .com, in France, in Germany, in Italy, and in Spain. And this search engine, I will come back to it, has also been selected as the backbone of the Quero program, which you may know is the Franco-German initiative to fund R&D in the domain of multimedia search. So we're the search engine behind that program. So we've been operating under the radar for a very long time, and now we're a fast-growing company. Here are some of the awards that we've won recently. So there are a couple of things I'm going to insist on, and it's strictly search. First of all, those of you who know the search market have certainly noticed that there is a strong convergence these days between enterprise search and consumer search, and the fact that FAST is here also today is also a proof of that. We do think that the consumer experience with search is now becoming a major thing in the enterprise, and that's probably the reason why Google, chose to develop its appliances and enter the enterprise search market. But at the same time, we do believe that there is a lot of things to be brought to the consumer using the enterprise technologies, and that's the road we're trying to follow. That is taking the best of enterprise search technologies and applying them to the consumer world. So in a way, we're the sweet spot between enterprise search, ease of use of consumer search, together with the sophistication of enterprise search. And we're trying to be present in both worlds. So today, basically, our competitors are Google and Microsoft, and also FAST in a way. That's a stronger competitor, obviously, in the enterprise space, but they are not present that I know of on the consumer world. The other thing that is really major today is the difference between technology and products, and that's it should echo what I told about Google, search engines, and products. Today, I think it's all about products. It's not about search technology. It's been said, a lot of the technology today is already available, and so it's not a question of building more technology. It's a question of building the right product for the consumer. And so, as it's been rightfully said, user interfaces will be very different on the web, on mobile phones, on TV, etc. But there is one thing of great importance that I think people should really worry about. I call this search by serendipity. For those of you who are not familiar with the term serendipity in English, it's a term that describes the process by which humans make associations between ideas and discover things by accident. Like you go to buy a tie and you end up with a shirt, in a shop, for instance. That's serendipity. And very often, for instance, you don't know how to ask the proper question of a search engine. So a search engine like x8.com, for instance, you make a query like knowledge management, and obviously you have the search results, but you also have many indicators of things that are related to knowledge management, and in a single click help you make association of ideas and find the information that is right for you, not the information that the search engine thinks is right for you, which is very different. So it helps you not rely solely on ranking algorithms, which Google would like you to believe is the only way to search. No, ranking algorithms are not the only way to search, and navigation and serendipity are the proper way to search. We think that's the way a human thinks, and that's certainly the way a human should be able to search. So what were we after? So we offer the very same products for the web and for the enterprise. So what do I think, and I have 1 minute left, so that's fine. What do I think is the future of search? The future of search is certainly about recognizing that searching is not only about humans trying to find documents on the web. We should recognize that humans are also sources of information. We should recognize that communities are important. We should recognize that there are a lot of things that are a source of information. And so since search is indeed the preferred way of finding information today, search should evolve to take people into account. So serendipity is a way to take people into account. But obviously, search should become what I call the universal hub for helping people find information, find other people, connect with people, interact with people, and last but not least, people should be taken into account to organize their own content. So I think that Google's, motto, we should organize the world for you, is like, so Web 1.0. Web 2.0 is about letting people organize information the way they think it should be organized, not letting someone organize the knowledge for them. So I think that's my magic equation here. It says people searching plus a lot of information means organization. So organization should emerge of the act of searching by people among a lot of information. And that's, if you think about it, that's the mixture, that's the sweet spot of social networks, of all the Web 2.0 ideas floating around, but put together in one product, the right product. So I think the future of search will be to find the right product, the one user interface, and this is going to be very difficult, but we think we can do it. Thank you.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Bordonco. Para vermos se o representante da Microsoft está de acordo com esta divisão referida pelo Sr. Bordonco entre a Google dirigida às empresas e a Microsoft dirigida aos utilizadores comuns. Vamos ouvir então agora o Sr. Dave. Pedia, portanto, à Regi se era possível trocar a apresentação para o Sr. Dave Alster da Microsoft. Parece que não. Muito obrigado.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be able to be here to talk to you about such an interesting topic. I'll sort of talk real briefly about how I came to even be here and be speaking about search. My background is typically not what one would think. I'm certainly not a co-founder of a search engine. I started my career in the music business. I then spent time in live sports broadcast trucks and then making movies in Hollywood for about 16 years. Moving into online distribution of music and interactive television, coming to Microsoft to help focus on our online business strategy. So with that, just one of the first issues of how I came about trying to automate search, when I worked at Warner Brothers, I worked in what was called the Vault. The Vault is like a bank vault where we keep all the master people in the media business will know what this is. And a producer came and asked for the film. He wanted to check the film out. Well, our search back then was a little metal box with little white cards that had the location written in the vault of where this content was. I, of course, in my first week went back to find this. It was empty. The masters were not there, and I got to come out and explain why our search engine didn't find what this producer wanted. Long story short, the week before, his partner had checked it out, but it was my first thinking of how we need to automate this. And so we got our computer department at Warner Brothers to actually start to automate a system for checking in and checking out content. The point I'm trying to make here is that search is a tool. And we talk about search, and no doubt all of the people here and their companies and other companies that exist today, we will all continue to invest in search, making great algorithms, making great ways to search and find content and categorize content. But it's really only one piece of the puzzle, so to speak. We believe that there's about 3 pieces to this puzzle: finding information, being able to use that information in a useful way, whether it's as a consumer or as an enterprise, and also then being able to share that information. Bill, could you go back one slide? I'm sorry, I got excited. Bill Gates, speaking at the CEO Summit in 2006, actually talked about information management, and the problems we see are twofold. One is what we call information overload. There's so much information being created, how can we focus on what we need to focus on to get done and sift through all this new information as it's created? And then information underload, which is, I have all the information, but do I have all the tools I need to use that information? With that, we look at pains that go beyond search, and of course, there's finding information, and I won't go through each one of these points due to time constraints, but it's basically, am I wasting time? Am I able to find what I want in a relevant, quick way? moving into how we use this information. As an enterprise, can I use this information in my normal workflow of my business, or do I have to use one application to search and another application to work? And then also then sharing information. And part of that is collaborating with colleagues that break physical boundaries. Could be in the US, could be in Portugal, could be people that I'm working with in Japan. But really understanding that there's three pieces to this cycle. And then we look at this as in three different ways to focus on search. One being company network search or intranet search. And of course, we focus in areas around user experience. Am I finding the information I want? Do I have access? Am I getting information that I only have access to, because we want to protect certain things inside of a corporation? Security focus, definitely when it comes to an enterprise or intellectual property of content. Of course, we view people and data as equally important, so I do agree. People have knowledge, and using some of our tools internally, you want to be able to see presence that goes along with the information that you're searching. Is that person present? Are they online? Can I communicate with them from a simple tool that I'm using, internal corporate IM or some other form of information? And of course, design for business, then being able to scale from a small business to the largest enterprise and focusing on security and issues like that. Then we look at desktop search. A lot of this information is sitting on people's desktops within a corporation or as a consumer. Can I find my files, my email? Can I find my apps quickly? Can I find my application or a document and drop it into email very easily without having to shift through a bunch of different programs and applications? Again, a comprehensive selection, being able to search multiple different file types. Currently today we can search through and crawl through over 200 different file types, and more will come. And then, of course, for a corporation, is this easily deployed and managed through group policies, Active Directory, things like that. And then we move to web search. Of course, everybody as a consumer wants better answers faster. I want what I want now. We think of it as a couple of different ways as well, creating interesting tools like being able to mouse over an image and have it enlarge without actually having to click anything. I just want to move my mouse and have things happen. Clicking, I don't want to click and then go back and click and then go back. I'd like to be able to see things change by just mousing over. Of course, the best selection of what we can do, can I move between pages and local information very quickly? And then, of course, we believe a platform for innovation, again, using APIs so that a vast partner network, I mean, Microsoft has built itself on partners. Lots of partners out there developing on our platform using APIs to create specific functionality for different people that have niche uses. And with that, we look at taking all of these and going, whether it's through the company network, the intranet, the desktop, the web, being in a secure, scalable, manageable, extensible way, but then looking at certain things that we want to focus on. An integrated user experience, whether that's on a mobile device, on a PC, on a television, wherever I happen to be, but one integrated user device. Using search through tools I'm used to using, not being forced to use different areas that I have to work with. Again, unlocking data and expertise, not just the data, but the people that created that data or are knowledgeable about that data or are in part of my work group or maybe my social network that I want to communicate with about what it is that I'm talking about. And then looking at, finally, built for business. When it comes from a business perspective, whether it's a small business on up to the largest enterprise, focusing on security and what's very important to businesses there. And with that, these are some of the products that we have to focus on this. Of course, Windows Live Search is our search engine for the web. Our desktop search with XP is what we use for the desktop. Of course, with the new version of Vista, which is being released, that's built into the operating system. And from a company network and infrastructure perspective, our Office SharePoint server system and SharePoint server specifically for search. And with that, in the future, we'll talk a little bit about, well, what we'll see is coming is what we'll call just Windows search, which is that unified experience across all devices and across all searching. This is sort of a quick look at what that will look like. If you look in the upper left-hand side, you'll see what we're calling virtual folders. So typically today we create a folder, we store things in that folder, and then we don't know where we put it, or maybe you do, I don't. I lose things. Was it in my project folder? Was it in the folder with the person's name that I'm working with? Do I have duplicate files of this? This allows me to have searches that are specific virtual searches no matter where the documents are. And what you can see in the middle pane is that there's the live search, which was the internet search, and then below was actually on the desktop. These are all relative to the search gadgets that you see. And then underneath that, if we would scroll down, would be on what's the corporate intranet. On the right-hand side, what you see is a preview pane. So any of you that have used Outlook understand this from email, where you can see your email but also see a preview of what's in that email. So instead of having, again, to click and go to each site, being able to get a preview of what's on that site visually, do I need to go there or not? No, that's not the right information, and I can visually scroll down. This is something we're working on. You'll see this coming soon. How soon, I can't say, but not too far off in the future. This, I want to give an example of something that we built actually and demonstrated at the broadcast conference in Amsterdam in September. This is built on top of SharePoint. It's just using it as a portal interface, but this is specific to a broadcaster or a film studio or any advertising agency or marketing agency or marketing department at a multinational company internal that needs to create content. Basically what this is you're seeing SharePoint being used as a portal to search multiple digital asset management systems where content is stored. This could be photo content, video content. We've embedded a Windows media player there and created a small comments box. This is so that an editor, a producer, a director can actually work well together in disparate locations, whether it's physical boundaries in a building or in disparate geographical locations. And basically what this is to do is to streamline that process. When I worked in the film business, I spent a lot of time working on multiple movies at once and had to drive in traffic to multiple studios in Los Angeles, stuck in traffic, not being productive. If I had a tool like this where somebody could actually create a video, put it on a SharePoint site, using our corporate IM tool, which automatically would notify me, I could then go and make some comments on this. And I'll give you an example of what that would look like. I've exploded the video so you could see, okay, here's a shot, and maybe I don't like the flowers being in front of the girl's face, and so I want to tell the editor to make this change. Well, in the past, I would have had to drive in the car, spend an hour in traffic, go there, and actually talk to the editor, run through the reel, where here I can actually look at it. I can make a comment. I could either type it in, or using a tablet PC, I can actually draw on the frame, move the flowers, boom, I'm done, the editor knows what to do, and if the editor is in a different part of the world while I'm asleep, he can actually be changing the shot. So this is just an example of what I meant by searching a particular asset to use. Great. What do I do with that asset, and how do I utilize that asset in a work stream? This is a great example of production, and we demonstrated this from a digital end-to-end production cycle. So it's thinking about your workflows and what do you really want to use search for, and what are the tools you're going to use for that. Wouldn't it be great if people in your marketing department using PowerPoint could actually have a search bar right there, search in multiple repositories, find the images or videos that they want for a new product launch, and insert it right into PowerPoint without having to leave and go to a different site to search that. It's about streamlining productivity, a common user interface, and not having to spend time doing work to do your work. With that, I'll just close with the last slide. Again, it's a quick summary. Information is only as valuable as what you can do with it. Great, I found a whole bunch of stuff. Now what do I do with it? People and tools are equally as important as information. And in particular, integrated and repeatable user experiences across all devices. Maybe I could edit that video on a mobile device because I'm traveling. I could still make those edits. Maybe not draw on it, but I could actually make some comments about it. That's essential to success with search in the future. And then, of course, as I just mentioned, incorporation into relevant workflows are the key to unlocking business value and freeing your people up to do what they do best, their work, instead of focusing on finding what they need to do their work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much as well, Mr. Alstetter. Íamos agora ouvir uma visão mais global do segmento dos motores de busca, ouvindo o Sr. Roberto Ruju, da Capgemini. Pedi à Regi, por favor, se dá de novo um jeito, porque alteramos o alinhamento. Era a apresentação do Sr. Roberto Ruju, da Capgemini.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Roberto Ryu. Just a quick word about Capgemini. We are a consulting company, for those who don't know us and where we're coming from. And therefore, what I'm going to present is a point of view from a slightly different perspective, perhaps from what you've been hearing up to now. It's a point of view called Internet Players versus Telcos, Worlds in Collision. And it is about search engines, but it's really about the evolution of search engines and Internet players. Most big Internet players started as search engines, and the impact that this is having or is starting to have on the business of telcos. After the dot-com bubble burst in 2001, there was a big question mark placed on many of the emerging models, particularly web services that were advertising funded, free or subsidized. And what we're seeing today, 5 years later, is a resurgence and reinvention of many of those models, but really with significant structural changes underneath. What I'm going to talk to you about today is where the search engines are going in terms of business models, why they are growing the way they are now, how this is starting to impact the business of telcos, and what telcos need to start thinking about. Some of them have started already, but in general, what they need to start doing in order to counteract this. Just a quick history note. I mean, the biggest internet players in terms of presence, as we said, many started as search engines. From that, as portals with unregistered users, they started adding applications that drew people, registered people, such as mail and such as internet messaging. And what we see here are two graphs of the size of the registered bases. I'm sure this is already way out of date, but it's indicative. We're talking about hundreds of millions, 200 million registered users or more than the customers of the biggest global players in the telco space, such as Vodafone. And these registered users are revenue-generating users. As we've talked a lot about advertising, Yahoo estimates that a registered user is 5 times more profitable than an unregistered one. These are users that you can start customizing your services for, you can start contextualizing your advertising, and you can serve them better ads. So this is already a significant presence, a significant user base. Where do we go from there? Well, as we said, you can look on the left-hand side. You've already heard it. The core business of some of these internet players is really online advertising. For Google and Yahoo, it's really the entirety of, pretty much entirety of their revenue. For MSN, it's a very significant portion. So what's been the next stage, and this is still history bringing us up to the present, has been a broadening of the portfolio of services that have been offered by these companies, most of which for free. On the right, we have an illustrative example from Yahoo. The green services are free, all kinds of verticals, finance, all other kinds of content, many peer-to-peer applications. And this is really done to bring more users in to generate more revenue. What we're starting to see now is a move into more advanced communication services, and this is really the point of this presentation. I mean, these players are really moving into many players' businesses. The banks need to start worrying, as well as the telcos. We're going to talk about telcos today. So what's been happening in the last 5 years that might make these models a threat, the emerging models a threat? Well, first of all, the internet user base is much bigger than it was 5 years ago. Half a billion back in 2001, a billion last year, 1.3 next year. A significant difference in terms of the critical mass. On the infrastructure side, the cost has been coming down significantly, and both in terms of the fiber that was laid during the dot-com bubble era, driving down the cost of bandwidth, but also new technologies such as mesh networks allow rollout of infrastructure at much lower costs. Last year, a company rolled out Wi-Fi to cover 2.6 million users in Taipei for $70 million. If you compare that to the cost of a 3G rollout, it's absolutely astounding. And users, as our Google friend told us, are spending much more time online. In Europe, it was about 2 hours a week 5 years ago. It's 10 hours now. And in the US, some of the key demographics are actually spending more time online than on the television, 15 to 24-year-olds, for example. And this is extremely significant in terms of advertising, as you can imagine. And finally, the operating costs are also coming down. Not only is bandwidth cheaper, much cheaper, but also interconnection costs are dropping 40% in the last 3 years. And this is both due to competition and regulation, but it has a significant impact in terms of what can be done. Well, what does this mean? We start combining on the demand side. This means that it's creating a big value shift in terms of online advertising. It's a zero-sum game. It's not really growing the pie. Procter & Gamble last year, in the first half of the year, cut its TV advertising by 20% and upped its online advertising by 55%. I think Procter & Gamble is one of the biggest advertisers in the world. This is indicative of the kind of shift, and as Google said, it's still a tiny, it's still very disproportionate in terms of the amount of attention and time that users are giving this media. On the supply side, reduced investment and reduced operational costs allow the possibility of delivering telecom services at much lower cost. You combine these two and you start getting the possibility to have viable free or cut price telecom services. So this is nothing new. In 1999, Dialpad, maybe some of you remember that company, was offering PC to telephone voice over IP calls. It went bankrupt in 2001. I think it was later acquired by Yahoo, in fact. But that model was not viable then. Things have changed today, and we believe some of those models, they will be viable, though not all of them. So what are we actually talking about? We focused on three. First is internet access. And here we're really talking about Wi-Fi, Google rolling out Wi-Fi networks in California, many other players, not only internet players, AT&T is also rolling one out. But we're talking about free or greatly subsidized Wi-Fi networks covering cities, and then using advertising to fund that. So what's the reason to do this? Well, not only simply advertising, but it's really local advertising. Again, as we heard previously, local advertising will be the key driver to growth in the advertising space online, and controlling the point of entry on a Wi-Fi network gives an internet player really a very good way to inject local advertising. It also helps in terms of understanding web usage, etc., and helps contextualize the adverts that can be delivered. In terms of fixed voice, we are talking really about PC to phone, migrating from the internet instant messenger client onto PC to phone. Again, nothing new. Skype's been around since 2002. But what we're talking now is about more subsidized models. The Googles and the Yahoos and the MSNs doing this for reduced cost through funding from advertising. Again, more users on my internet messaging client and more time spent on the client. And the client itself is a wonderful platform to launch other services, music, search, downloads, etc. So it becomes a portal in itself. The third area is mobile. It's a more immature, it's a less mature area right now. Things aren't as clear. What we're really seeing right now in terms of the internet players is really establishing gateways, getting the home pages in there, the portals for search and for mail. We're seeing tie-ups with The hardware vendors, Google and Motorola, a button that goes straight to Google applications, Yahoo, same thing with Nokia. And really here the idea is to start providing alternatives to the customer, an alternative to the walled garden of the operator, the Orange World or the Vodafone Live. The advertising revenues are still not so clear. There are no standard formats in terms of banners, although again, very recently we're starting to talk about industry bodies getting together, the industry body getting together to actually define standards in this market. So things will change. But even in terms of what users will accept and won't accept, that's not clear today. But those are the kind of moves we're seeing. So what will actually be offered? What do we believe that the internet players can offer in terms of starting to challenge the telcos? In terms of internet access, we believe there is a viable business case, certainly in several cities in the US, to offer completely free internet access that's subsidized by advertising. In Europe, we believe for various reasons, the advertising market being less mature and some of the cities, the topology and whatever, we'll probably see more of a kind of a cut price access, but still coming in at maybe half the cost of an entry-level ADSL. So still a threat to a telco's business. The impact of that, we believe, up to 15% when it's free, maybe 10 when it's subsidized in areas where this is offered. In terms of the revenues of internet access from telcos by 2009. In terms of fixed voice, we don't believe that the economics today or in the short term warrant offering a free PC to phone service. However, subsidies through online advertising should allow these players to offer something coming in at half the price of comparable offers, voice over IP offers by players such as BT or Orange. So instead of 2.5 cents a minute, maybe 1.2. So still an attractive offer that's subsidized by advertising. And the impact of this, we believe, will be up to 10% of fixed voice revenues on top of any other kind of price erosion that these players are already experiencing. And in the mobile and voice mobile space, as we said before, nothing specifically targeted, but the combination of being able to connect to Wi-Fi on a terminal that will be dual Wi-Fi and cellular, and then being able to use Skype or Google Talk or whatever with this low-cost voice over IP will obviously have an effect in terms of eroding the volume of calls done over mobile networks. And the impact of that, we believe, will be some 10%. So that's the kind of order of magnitude we're talking about. It is definitely a threat and something that the telecom players need to be thinking about. Well, so what can they do about it? Well, the traditional telco model is built around having some subscribers that are local around my asset, which is a network, and the access to that network is through devices that I usually control or provide, whether it's a set-top box or a mobile phone or a phone in my home, and I extract a fee. And what telcos need to start doing is thinking more the way that internet players think, which is with a global reach, not constrained by network, wherever there is connectivity to the web, whichever way the user chooses, which I don't control, then you can be my customer. My asset is my brand. I think Google showed that quite clearly, and I extract advertising revenues. And what we're saying is that telcos need to start thinking about moving part of their business more onto this model. The traditional response of telcos and a competitive threat, in this case, we believe, will not work. Reducing prices when services are being offered for free or are subsidized by another revenue stream does not work. Differentiating on customer care when people just want something that works well, and it does already, and is free, won't work, and advanced services won't either, because people want things that are simple and cheap. See, we're talking about a certain mass market. It's a different story for business applications. It's customers. It's a different story for higher-end customers. But we are talking about the mass market here. So, and this is, in conclusion, what do we believe that telcos should be doing? Well, the first thing is refocusing part of their portfolio to be subsidized by advertising. So moving away from a purely fee-driven, and we are starting to see that. Vodafone very recently announced a tie-up with Yahoo in the UK to start delivering cheaper voice calls on mobile to people who want to receive lots of ads. So it's happening. Some of the players are thinking about it, but most are not. And it's more in the mobile world. Hutchinson 3 has been thinking that way now for a year. But in the fixed world, there's not much of that happening. Well, the other half of this is, well, that's fine. I want revenues to subsidize my business model. Where am I going to get them? I have a very limited reach, as we saw. And you know, and this I think is kind of illustrative, the number of hits at the beginning of this year on the websites of the major players compared to those, the internet players compared to those of the telcos. We're talking about a 100-to-1 ratio. So how am I going to move from the bottom to the top, because that drives my revenue in a pretty linear way? Well, as a telco player, I need to move away from this kind of thinking, where my internet presence is really focused around selling you a new handset or some extra airtime. And in the bottom right is a tiny little space dedicated to some free services. More towards this kind of thing, where I have an infotainment section that's always up to date, it's interesting. I have my search engine at the top. At the bottom, I have my local section, which, as we heard before, is what people care about a lot, helping me understand what I can do where I live. Top right, I have my personal communication section of a whole load of free applications that are integrated. And the bottom right, I have a lot of freebies, free utilities. That's going to draw a lot more people than the first one. And this is what telcos need to start thinking about, because they need to start getting global in terms of reaching people who are not their traditional customers or not constrained by where their network is, because the internet players, as we've seen very clearly from Google and other presentations, are now getting local, increasingly focusing on delivering local content to you and tapping into that local advertising market. How do you do this? Well, there's a lot of ways. There's a lot of internet properties that are still for sale for a lot less than 1.65 billion. And it could be refocusing the assets you already have. It could be developing something completely different. Or it could be revitalizing what you already have. If Telefonica has Terra, Terra was never really able to compete directly against Telefonica to try and cannibalize its revenues. Well, maybe that's the kind of model some of these players need to start thinking about, or think about the kind of model that News Corp has been following, buying MySpace and building it into a premier site and then using it as a launch pad for its own services. Thank you very much. If you're interested in this, you can download the full article from our website, and thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ruju. And now, e agora ouviríamos o Sr. Gerardo Maroniene numa aproximação ao uso dos motores de busca no universo de língua portuguesa. Pedi à Regi mais uma vez que fizesse o ajustamento. Obrigado.
Já está. Se a minha apresentação for muito ruim, pelo menos vocês podem fazer graça do meu sotaque brasileiro. É sempre um atrativo. Eu fico feliz com as apresentações que a gente viu até agora, tanto na parte da manhã, a Web 2.0, quanto as que os meus colegas fizeram agora nesse painel. Gostaria de chamar a atenção especialmente para essa última apresentação do Roberto, da Capgemini. Se vocês... Alguém poderia, por favor, levantar a mão? Quantas pessoas aqui trabalham em empresas de telecom? Pelo menos, sei lá, uns 20%. Quantos trabalham em empresas de mídia, geração de conteúdo, distribuição de conteúdo? O resto não trabalha. Ok, a gente tem mais ou menos aí uns 10% de empresas de mídia e telecom. Be afraid. Essa é a mensagem, né? Estejam, se assustem. Sim, o mercado mudou e vocês têm que mudar junto. E eu vou tentar explicar um pouquinho do porquê. O Roberto cobriu a parte de como as empresas de internet ameaçam empresas de telecom. Eu vou tentar falar um pouquinho sobre empresas de mídia. Né? Pode passar, por favor? Aqui. Acho que eu não vou cobrir todo esse slide, mas por que a gente está aqui falando de search? Eu vou salientar algumas dessas afirmações. É a forma preferida de se fazer compras online, é a forma preferida de se fazer download de informações, de se achar um emprego na internet, de achar um produto ou um serviço. É a forma como você vai, nas empresas, você vai conseguir se localizar numa infinidade de sistemas, numa base SAP, numa base Oracle, numa base, através de search que você vai conseguir se orientar, navegar. Porque os usuários cada vez mais demandam controle, cada vez mais os usuários demandam interatividade, e porque it's very cool. Eu vou falar hoje especialmente sobre o impacto de search na indústria de mídia. O que é uma empresa de mídia? E vocês que são de empresas de mídia, vocês vão dizer que eu estou trazendo uma abordagem extremamente simplista aqui, mas não é. Eu tento traçar um exemplo, tento criar um contraste com o intuito de provar um ponto. Mas uma empresa de mídia nada mais é do que 3 coisas. Tá? A sua marca, se falou bastante sobre isso de manhã, e se falou bastante sobre isso agora de tarde. Por que a sua marca? Porque essa marca você tem a confiança, você tem as posições, as crenças, uma posição política, você tem a confiabilidade. O seu conteúdo, a sua capacidade de gerar conteúdo, conteúdo geograficamente e demograficamente focado, e a sua relação com os anunciantes. Né? Uma empresa de mídia nada mais é do que essas 3 coisas. Né? A sua marca, o seu conteúdo e a relação com seus anunciantes, que é quem paga as contas no final do dia. Se qualquer uma dessas pernas daqui não vai bem numa empresa de mídia, ou você terceiriza, ou você tem uma parceria, ou você não faz qualquer uma dessas coisas, você está fadado a morrer. Né? Então, se você promove uma marca de um terceiro, você vai morrer. Se você delega para um terceiro vender propaganda para você, você vai morrer. E se você não tem conteúdo, você vai morrer também. O que os usuários querem? Usuários querem controle, usuários querem interatividade, interação, e eles querem conveniência. Né? A gente viu isso bastante hoje na palestra da manhã, quando falamos de Web 2.0. Então, eu acho que esses pontos já foram bastante passados e validados. Search está no meio dessa equação. Search é a tecnologia que que encontra as necessidades dos usuários com o que você é enquanto empresa de mídia. Né? Não terceiriza isso para ninguém, por favor. Não passa isso para ninguém. Não acha que existe uma ferramenta mágica que vai te ajudar a ganhar dinheiro. E tampouco acha que é só mais uma ferramenta, só mais uma tecnologia, o que é caro. Né? Eu queria falar um pouquinho sobre isso, que essa tecnologia é cara. Sim, é cara. Sabe por que Search é caro? Sabe por que você comprar uma licença da festa é tão cara? Porque isso aqui é a complexidade de fazer um banco de dados. Isso aqui é a complexidade de você fazer um sistema de ERP. Essa é a complexidade de você fazer um bom sistema de busca. Tá aqui, as pessoas da Exaled, aqui da Google, já foram embora, mas que podem... Fazer search não é nada fácil. Entender linguagem natural não é nada fácil. Trabalhar com bases de terabytes e... Sua empresa de mídia trabalha com qual o volume de megabytes e terabytes e zettabytes. Né? Isso não é fácil, fazer um sistema escalável dessa forma. Entender que José é uma pessoa, Lisboa é uma cidade, 15 de novembro é uma data, isso não é tão fácil. Entender relações que Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva é o presidente do Brasil, sem ter isso claramente estabelecido, isso não é fácil de fazer. É por isso que a FES tem mais de 200 engenheiros fazendo pesquisa e desenvolvimento. É por isso que custa tão caro. É uma brincadeira rápida. O Google fez 2 coisas na indústria de search. A primeira delas, muito positiva, ele popularizou search. A minha mãe entende o que eu faço hoje em dia. Né? Eu trabalho na FES, uma empresa de Enterprise Search. Ah, sim, eu entendo mais ou menos o que é search. Todos vocês entendem o que é search. Mas uma outra coisa que o Google fez que é bastante negativa foi super banalizar essa tecnologia. As pessoas tendem a achar que é uma coisa fácil de ser feita, é uma caixinha de busca na diagonal superior de um site ou de uma intranet. Busca é muito mais do que isso. Além disso, outra coisa curiosa que eu gostaria de mencionar também é mais ou menos as pessoas da Alta Vista que vão... ex-Alta Vista, perdão. Exaled realmente é um nome difícil de falar, sugiro a mudança. Pode chamar de Geraldo em minha homenagem. Os analistas de mercado, os experts, banqueiros de investimento, todos compreendem até agora o meu sotaque? Está indo bem? Sim? Ok. Graças às novelas da SIC e da Globo, acho que todos conseguem me entender. Analistas, experts de mercado, banqueiros de investimento, apostavam, até não tanto tempo atrás, até 5 anos atrás, de que busca era uma tecnologia que ia estar inserida dentro de outras tecnologias e que não mais ia existir como unidade de negócio. Eles achavam que busca ia ser parte de um Document Management System, ou de um ERP, ou de um banco de dados, né? A nossa visão sempre foi dramaticamente contrária a isso. E eu acredito que a gente estava correto. Hoje você vê que busca faz parte integral e super importante de sistemas de CRM ou de Business Intelligence. Na verdade, não sei se vocês sabem, a nova plataforma do Siebel é totalmente construída em cima da tecnologia da FAST. Content Management, o Documentum, Stellent e por aí vai, são todos construídos com a tecnologia da FAST. Databases e ERPs, a mesma coisa, né? Eu costumo dizer que Search, eu acho que no futuro a gente vai ver Search atuando cada vez mais na indústria de Business Intelligence, por exemplo, mas uma segunda geração de Business Intelligence, né? Eu acho que eu sempre falo isso para os meus clientes, se eu tenho 100 euros, perdão, ia falar reais aqui, não vale absolutamente nada. Se eu tenho 100 euros para investir, o conteúdo da minha empresa, da minha editora, ou está super bagunçado, eu posso investir ou num Document Management System, ou numa solução de portal, ou eu posso investir em Search. Eu falo, olha, 1 milhão de vezes invista em Search, né? É uma solução bastante mais rápida, bastante menos intrusiva e bastante mais eficaz e eficiente no curto prazo. Então eu acho que Search vai estar à nossa volta. Eu queria dar alguns exemplos. Eu vou usar alguns clientes, na verdade, eu já volto nesse slide, mas eu queria usar alguns exemplos de clientes no setor de mídia, comunicação, que têm apostado bastante na nossa tecnologia, ou nessa tecnologia de Information Retrieval. Toda vez que você usa as soluções da Factiva de inteligência competitiva, você está usando uma tecnologia da FAST. Quando você configura um alerta, você quer saber todas as notícias sobre economia na Península Ibérica. Você está usando uma tecnologia da FAST. O Career Builder é o maior portal de empregos norte-americano. Antes dele utilizar a FAST, ele era o número 4. O Career Builder é um exemplo clássico. Ele é uma empresa que pertence a 2 grupos de mídia norte-americanos, duas grandes powerhouses de mídia. Me falta agora os nomes, não sei exatamente quais que eram. Quando ele começou a operação, óbvio, jornais começam as coisas atrasadas, grandes empresas de mídia sempre se atrasam nessas coisas. Ele começou como o número 4 no mercado. Ele perdia para o Hot Jobs, do Yahoo, ele perdia para o Monster, ele perdia para um outro chamado Dice. Vocês são familiarizados com esses portais. Quando ele começou, um dos primeiros desafios que a gente teve nesse portal Career Builder era integrar as 2 bases de dados dos 2 jornais. Um deles utilizava Oracle, o outro utilizava uma base SQL da Microsoft, e a gente tinha que criar um repositório único, né, para que as pessoas pudessem procurar os seus empregos. Uma outra coisa muito interessante desse cliente, eu recomendo depois uma visita nesse site, eu posso anunciar um emprego de gerente de marketing, ger.mkt. Eu sou preguiçoso, eu abreviei. Mas alguém aqui pode anunciar um emprego, um gerente de mercadologia, ou gerente de marketing, né? Quer dizer, a gente pode escrever diferente a mesma coisa, a mesma posição de emprego. Uma das coisas que a gente faz nesse site é normalizar, homogeneizar essas posições. Isso é bastante interessante. Outra coisa que a gente faz também é geobusca. Eu quero um emprego, mas eu quero um emprego que seja a 50 quilômetros da minha casa. Fortemente recomendo a navegação nesse site. Para aqueles que moram na Inglaterra ou que viajam muito para a Inglaterra, eu recomendo também uma visita no site This Is Travel, que também é de um grupo de mídia britânico. O This Is Travel, você consegue procurar um hotel na cidade de Londres, você consegue procurar um hotel que custa menos do que 100 euros, você consegue procurar um hotel na cidade de Londres que custa menos do que 100 euros, mas que aceita cachorros e que tem internet nos quartos. Mas não somente isso, você consegue fazer isso utilizando uma ferramenta da Fast, mas você também consegue saber o que outros usuários em blogs, em fóruns e discussões falaram sobre aquele hotel. Sem necessariamente ter tido uma crítica, 5 estrelas, 4 estrelas. Uma pessoa pode falar, este hotel é uma porcaria, o ar-condicionado não funciona, o carpete estava com cheiro de mofo. Isso é uma crítica negativa. Sabe o que a gente faz? A gente faz o crawl desse blog, desse fórum, identifica essas palavras e faz uma análise de sentimento. Olha, esse tipo, como vocês falam, realmente falou mal desse hotel, então ele vai receber uma crítica negativa. New York Times, Sessão é um site excepcional, porém em norueguês, é uma navegação um pouco restrita. Sensis é um site também formidável, é um site da Telstra, uma telecom australiana, enorme, gigantesca, que tinha uma série de propriedades na internet absolutamente fragmentadas. Eles tinham páginas amarelas, eles tinham páginas brancas, eles tinham um portal de e-commerce, eles tinham um portal de classificados. E é óbvio que nada disso se falava e eles não conseguiam monetizar esse conteúdo. Eles vieram até nós criamos esse portal sensis.com.au para eles, que integra todos esses conteúdos. Né? Não somente isso, nós fazemos busca no mercado australiano, com um inglês australiano, isso é uma coisa importante também. Bicha, aqui em Portugal, todo mundo sabe que é uma sequência de pessoas uma atrás da outra. Uma bicha no Brasil é uma coisa bastante diferente. Então, para quem não sabe, depois eu falo lá fora. Mas o inglês australiano tem essas características também com o inglês americano. Então, eles criaram uma ferramenta de busca no mercado australiano que respeita as características do idioma local e que agrega o valor deste conteúdo local regionalizado australiano também. Além disso, eu acho que isso foi mencionado em alguma das palestras, 70% das buscas dos usuários são, o João do Sapo acho que vai poder confirmar isso, são normalmente locais, a pessoa está interessada numa busca no seu bairro, na sua cidade, no seu país, 70% a 80%. E também 70% a 80% das buscas que as pessoas fazem são de natureza comercial. É alguém querendo achar um emprego, comprar um carro, comprar um produto ou vender alguma coisa. Tá? tvguide.com, eu acho que também é um cliente extremamente relevante. Todos esses clientes vocês podem entrar e navegar, de fato funcionam. Foi uma crítica ácida, quem percebeu. Eu acho que no futuro a gente vai ver cada vez mais e mais multimedia search. A gente vai ver mobile search, são todas tecnologias que já estão aí, estão disponíveis, eu vendo se você quiser. Então você vai poder, eu consigo indexar um vídeo de um jornal, todos conhecem o Jornal Nacional no Brasil? Até aqui deve ter um jornal, um telejornal principal. Eu consigo indexar um vídeo diretamente, eu consigo identificar as transições de câmera. Então, cortou de um apresentador para o estádio do Benfica. Eu consigo identificar que teve uma transição de cena, fazer o speech do text no idioma português ou espanhol, ou o que vocês queiram, né? E te levar exatamente para a cena que você queria ver do campeonato português de futebol.
Geraldo, pedi que me ajudasse aqui a quebrar o galho da gestão do tempo.
Sim, eu acabei. Esse é o último slide. Ok? Só isso.
Muito obrigado. E, finalmente, last but not least, o João Paulo Luz, que é diretor comercial da SAP e nos trará a experiência do respectivo motor de busca.
Boa tarde. Eu gostava de partilhar aqui, senhores, convosco um pouco do que é a nossa experiência no SAP. É uma experiência de 12 anos, a minha menor, de 5 anos e pouco. E a nossa experiência como portal, que nos permite aqui sim ter alguma abrangência. O SAP começou como baseado na pesquisa, uma pesquisa um bocado diferente daquela que hoje conhecemos, muito baseada num diretório, e depois foi crescendo, tornou-se um portal e conjuga por isso também a experiência da venda de conteúdos em termos de gerar receitas através da publicidade. Nós já vimos que a internet é cada vez mais usada, disso já ninguém tem dúvidas, que vai ser muito importante para todos nós. E cabe-nos aqui sim hoje discutir um pouco qual é que é a importância da pesquisa no meio de tudo isto. Nós achamos que a pesquisa e os dados que aqui os trouxemos para partilhar é muito importante, quer de uma forma direta, quer de uma forma indireta. Eu trago alguns elementos em termos daquilo que é a audiência portuguesa. Nós estamos muito habituados a ver sempre elementos do mercado norte-americano, do mercado global, e temos por vezes alguma dificuldade de trazer isso para aquilo que é a nossa realidade. Essa dificuldade muitas vezes também se traduz, a nosso ver pelo menos, em algumas definições menos claras do qual é que deve ser a nossa estratégia. Por isso achámos importante trazer aqui sim elementos e focar a nossa apresentação muito na realidade portuguesa. Depois, uma breve análise de como é que se faz dinheiro com esta mesma audiência e porque é que a pesquisa é tão importante. Nós temos, em Portugal, mede-se através da Marktest somente o tráfego que é consumido a partir de casa. A Marktest indica-nos, para o mês de outubro deste ano, qualquer coisa como 3,375 mil milhões de páginas consumidas pelos portugueses. Pelas nossas informações no SAP, nós sabemos, e também cruzando isso com aquilo que é a informação internacional, sabemos que a casa, também em Portugal, deve pesar no máximo 40% do total da internet. E daí conseguimos facilmente projetar para 8,4 mil milhões as páginas que os portugueses consumiram em outubro. Depois termos uma ideia da quantidade de informação que nós todos consumimos, podemos observar um pouco como é que ela se reparte. Se olharmos para este gráfico, que junta aqui assim já as páginas de janeiro a outubro, mas em termos percentuais, verificamos que a pesquisa, portanto, páginas de pesquisa, são 9% do total de todas as páginas que em Portugal foram vistas de janeiro a outubro. 2% foram páginas de entrada de portais, portanto, homepage de portais. Portanto, se nós quisermos, 11% do total são as páginas pelas quais as pessoas iniciam a sua navegação na maioria dos casos. Se nós cruzarmos estes 11% com o número médio de páginas que as pessoas fazem depois de estarem localizadas em qualquer site, conseguiremos ver que a grande maioria, se não quase a totalidade, de todas as outras páginas estão muito diretamente dependentes daquilo que estes 11% de páginas indicaram. Portanto, há aqui assim uma dependência muitíssimo grande, não só daquilo que as pessoas veem em termos daquilo que os motores de pesquisa indicam, como, evidentemente, também alguma possibilidade editorial relacionada ou protagonizada pelos portais. Se nós formos ver estes vários agrupamentos, poderemos verificar que a forma de fazer dinheiro com eles é bastante diferente. Em termos de sites classificados, que vimos atrás, que era 1% da audiência, em termos de número de páginas, sabemos que este é algo em que a pesquisa, obviamente, facilitou muito a vida a todos nós, bem como as possibilidades em termos de oferecer imagens, quer sejam dos automóveis, quer seja de casas, quer descrições mais profundas em termos de oferta de emprego, mas aqui estamos a falar de um negócio que claramente está a ser transferido do papel. É uma nova interpretação daquilo que é o mesmo negócio e que nos permite a nós, e dentro daquilo que é a nossa experiência do SAP, receitas por cada 1000 páginas entre os 4 e os 10 euros. Temos sites de comunidade, ou da forma como nós mesmo em Portugal mais os referimos de social network, que são muito importantes em termos de dimensão e do tempo que ocupam da utilização dos portugueses. São 15% do total das páginas que nós consumimos. São claramente sites com uma utilização muito diferente de quando estamos a contactar com a informação que habitualmente nos chegava através dos outros meios. Aqui é onde, sem dúvida, tão falada Web 2.0 se expressa. Portanto, contamos aqui com os contributos de toda a gente e contamos aqui também com a possibilidade de encontrar e nos relacionarmos com muita gente. A capacidade de fazer dinheiro sobre esta audiência, que apesar de ser muito vasta, é, neste momento, e digo neste momento porque enquanto não tivermos disponíveis ferramentas que identifiquem comportamentos e, portanto, nos possibilitem fazer um targeting mais afinado, estamos a falar de receitas entre 50 cêntimos e 1 euro. Mais uma vez refiro que isto é a nossa experiência. As homepages de portais, claramente muito apetecíveis pelos anunciantes, aqui também ainda numa ideia muito forte daquilo que é o estar visível perante toda a gente e permite-nos receitas entre 2 e 4 euros por 1000 páginas. A pesquisa tem uma forma de negócio, uma forma de monetizar bastante diferente. Jogam-se aqui 3 variáveis. A cobertura, que é o número, em cada 100 resultados de pesquisa, quantas é que exibem anúncios, que facilmente pode crescer, porque as ferramentas que hoje os clientes têm à sua disponibilidade, permitem facilmente colocar 1000 palavras diferentes, 1500, 2000 para o meu anúncio e, portanto, se não tivermos grandes cuidados de relevância, facilmente temos a grande maioria dos nossos resultados de pesquisa com anúncios expostos. Evidentemente que isso se relaciona no sentido inverso com a taxa de cliques, que é a segunda variável que esses anúncios vão obter. E, portanto, quanto maior for a cobertura, se isso for conseguido com uma relevância baixa, vamos ter uma taxa de cliques baixa. Estas 2 variáveis estão um bocadinho na mão de quem está a controlar o programa de Sponsored Links, da forma como ele é globalmente conhecido, de anúncios SAP no nosso caso. A terceira variável é o custo médio por clique, e esse é resultado da lei da oferta e da procura que o mercado vai desenvolvendo para cada keyword. Nós sabemos também que para influenciar a CTR é muito importante a localização em que o anúncio é colocado. Nós temos identificados no slide uma exibição no topo da página e uma exibição à direita da página. Facilmente, com 3 anúncios exibidos no topo da página, ou até 3 anúncios exibidos, conseguem-se taxas de cliques de 12% por página. Já encostados à direita, dificilmente se ultrapassa 3% por página. Evidentemente que a primeira atração era colocar tudo em cima. Conseguiríamos, à primeira vista, monetizar mais. A questão é que, mais uma vez, a relevância aqui vai jogar contra. Vamos ter menos pesquisas, os utilizadores vão se sentir defraudados se isso não for relevante e, portanto, no final do dia, as 3 variáveis cruzadas vão-nos trazer menos dinheiro. Pela nossa experiência, podemos andar aqui assim a falar de receitas por 1000 páginas entre os 4 euros no seu escalão máximo, mas aqui dificilmente se consegue sustentar porque estamos em situação de alguma agressividade, portanto, se calhar estaremos a exibir coisas que de impulso são clicadas, mas que não são assim tão relevantes, até, se calhar, em termos de bottom line, cerca de 1 euro, 1,20 €. Os sites de notícias, aqui não há muito de novo, é exatamente se calhar aquela relação que existe no papel, aqui com uma métrica se calhar mais fácil de identificar. Os desportivos têm muita audiência, mas monetizam-se em termos de 1000 páginas, evidentemente, de forma menos expressiva. Os generalistas estão ali assim no meio e os económicos são tráfegos muito procurados, precisamente também porque são tráfegos muitíssimo mais baixos. Porquê é que a pesquisa é então tão importante para nós? Se nós cruzarmos estas 2 informações, portanto, o número de páginas que os portugueses utilizam com o segundo gráfico em que estão identificados os intervalos em termos de receitas por 1000 páginas que cada um daquelas categorias de site consegue realizar, vamos, evidentemente, obter o intervalo também de receita potencial mensal. Estamos a falar do mercado português, como é evidente. Mas vai-nos dar uma ideia muito clara de que onde também se joga o dinheiro, de uma forma direta e imediata, é também na pesquisa. Portanto, a pesquisa aqui tem um poder muito grande, não só de captar o dinheiro diretamente dos anunciantes, como todas as outras barras, se quisermos, e relacionando com o que vimos no primeiro slide, estão muitíssimo dependentes também dessa pesquisa. Portanto, os consumidores hoje procuram informação, não procuram fornecedores de informação. Eu quero saber quem é que ganhou as eleições no Brasil. É isso que me interessa. Eu não estou preocupado se quem me vai dar essa informação é o público, se é o Jornal de Negócios, se é o Diário de Notícias, se é o Sol. Isso não me interessa. O que me interessa é o tema de que eu estou à procura. E, cada vez mais, o comportamento é, através dos motores de pesquisa, chegar lá. Portanto, não só em termos das receitas diretas, a pesquisa é absolutamente fundamental, como ela tem um domínio muito grande e um controle muito grande sobre tudo o que acontece no restante da internet e, portanto, em tudo aquilo que se consegue monetizar fora dela. A nossa conclusão e a visão que nós temos para este tema é de que, apesar da força dos players globais, a maior parte da pesquisa, como também foi dito agora pelo Geraldo, é uma pesquisa local. As pessoas interessam-se sobretudo por questões locais. E, portanto, os grandes players, para terem sucesso no nosso mercado, vão necessitar de cada vez mais afinarem a sua presença também com parceiros locais, parceiros de conteúdo local, com pessoas locais e, portanto, nesse aspecto nós achamos que estamos em pé de igualdade. Se o futuro do sucesso a esse nível se vai jogar de uma forma local, também os players portugueses terão com certeza uma possibilidade de ter sucesso. Nós profundamente acreditamos nisso, é nisso que estamos apostados e desejamos evidentemente que estejamos certos. Muito obrigado a todos.
Muito obrigado, João Paulo Luz. I'll ask now to each and every one member of this panel if you want to ask any question to each other or if you want to add any comment. If not, se nenhum dos membros do painel, conforme eu perguntei, quer acrescentar alguma coisa, haveria agora a possibilidade de haver algumas perguntas poucas, porque estamos já um bocado para além da hora, mas não queria deixar de dar essa oportunidade à audiência que acompanhou estas intervenções com tanta atenção e persistência. Faz favor.
Boa tarde. O meu nome é Guilherme Rafael. Eu colaboro com a imprensa e, além disso, estudo ciências da comunicação. E tenho uma pergunta a fazer em relação a isso dos motores de busca. Eu agora, brevemente, tive que fazer um trabalho acerca de pesquisas e tive que recorrer a certos motores de busca. E tal, não é o meu pasmo que a maioria das informações vou encontrá-las na Wikipédia. Será isso possível? É a pergunta que eu deixo aí, principalmente a oradora do Sapo e da FAST. E só não deixo a pergunta à oradora da Google, porque acho que não está aí.
Não, claro.
Portanto, gostaria de uma nova.
Então você fez pesquisa de natureza acadêmica.
Sim.
Eu sugiro você usar os nossos clientes, que são o Sapo, e os nossos clientes também, que tem um site fantástico que chama Science Are Us, Cyrus.com, www.cyrus.com, que você com certeza vai achar material riquíssimo lá. não tem almoço de graça.
Eu posso lhe já agora dizer que certas informações até, por exemplo, andei à procura de uma informação que é o que são cookies e nunca imaginei que viesse com a descrição que viesse. Fui à Sapo, por acaso fui à Sapo e nunca imaginei que viesse com a descrição que viesse, que cookies tem a ver com um item relacionado com computadores. Não sei se o orador da SAP me poderá confirmar isso ou não. É um item que está relacionado com computadores.
Nós, evidentemente, que temos e que tentamos dar respostas em termos de resultados de pesquisa tão afinadas quanto possível.
Eu pensava que cookies, até lhe vou dizer, pensava que cookies era bolachas.
Desculpe,
mas tinha essa ideia.
Não podemos ter diálogo. Agradecia que apresentasse a pergunta só, porque há mais pessoas eventualmente interessadas.
Mas não era, fui encontrar outra resposta na SAP. Fiquei um bocado pasmado com a ideia, não sei o que é que me poderá dizer acerca disso.
Não, o que eu posso dizer acerca disso é que não é, como o Geraldo referiu há pouco, não é muito fácil tentar perceber exatamente o que é que a pessoa que está a pesquisar quer encontrar. Tenta-se cruzar inúmera informação para que a resposta para a média dos utilizadores que pesquisam seja a mais relevante. Mas se alguém está a pesquisar sobre um tema numa perspectiva muito particular, é difícil que isso seja imediatamente relevante. No seu caso, e utilizando este exemplo, até um exemplo de fácil resposta para nós, porque estou absolutamente convencido que a grande maioria das pessoas que hoje em internet pesquisará sobre cookies, o que estará à procura é exatamente daquilo que são, em termos de informática, os cookies, que são identificadores que são colocados na navegação, nos discos rígidos dos PCs, para poder facilitar a usabilidade das pessoas. E, portanto, essa até é uma resposta que, a nosso ver, está dentro da média, evidentemente, acertada.
Alguém mais quer pôr outra questão? Se não, eu atrevi-me a pôr eu próprio uma questão resultante, em certa medida, da introdução que fiz ao princípio, que é a seguinte: até que ponto é que as empresas ou entidades que prestam serviços de motor de busca estão disponíveis para abrir a um escrutínio público, e quando digo público quer dizer de organizações de utilizadores ou eventualmente de autoridades de países onde portanto, haja legislação estrita quanto ao controlo da utilização de dados pessoais informatizados. Portanto, até que ponto é que estão disponíveis para um escrutínio público da utilização que é dada aos dados pessoais e às conclusões que tiram do uso e do processamento de quantidades maciças de informação. Perguntava isso aos membros do painel ainda presentes.
Bom, eu, falando pelo SAP, nós evidentemente que estamos totalmente disponíveis para todas essas trocas de informação, até porque acreditamos que a ideia que hoje passa para as pessoas, muitas das vezes, ou a ideia que mediaticamente é transmitida, é um pouco alarmista, ou seja, a informação que hoje de facto é utilizada, na maior parte dos casos, é em favor dos próprios utilizadores, porque o objetivo com que ela é utilizada é facilitar e proporcionar uma melhor experiência de navegação. É muito difícil, mesmo que alguém o pretendesse, hoje, utilizar essa informação de uma forma direta a fazer negócio. E, portanto, este negócio é como todos os outros. Não existe vantagens da forma como hoje o negócio se processa para que alguém esteja a fazer uma utilização indevida. Que essa possibilidade possa existir em termos futuros, com certeza que existe, mas também acredito que o mercado irá regular-se de forma a que isso tudo seja devidamente acautelado.
Eu só gostaria de lembrar que tecnologia de busca não é uma coisa tão nova assim, mas a gente ainda está muito longe do que nos aguarda. Não acho que a gente vai indexar toda a informação do mundo, mas ainda tem um belo caminho a seguir.
Well, certainly as a company, we respect the privacy of individuals and certainly understand that companies want to protect their information. And so from that aspect, we're always willing to work with local governments to make sure that we're adhering to any laws that are certainly prevalent in those areas, keeping in mind the respect of an individual's rights as a company. So that's pretty much it.
From your experience at Capgemini and your contact with the market, would you tell us anything about this issue?
Well, I think there are two aspects to this question, if I understood it properly. One is compliance with local privacy laws, but I actually thought that you were asking about censorship in certain parts of the world where search engines can provide, together with internet gateways in general, access to information which is prohibited, let us say. And I think the interesting question there is, what do you do as a search engine with a brand that is supposed to be, that stands for objectivity, for getting the relevant information in an objective manner, etc., when you are then asked to bias or filter or whatever your results in order to continue to operate in a particular country. I don't know what the answer is. I mean, that's obviously a decision of each search engine and a search company, and they will probably have different views on this. But this, to me, is the most interesting point as we go towards a more global, increasingly global internet in more and more languages.
Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe a small word. I didn't really understand the question because the translation system doesn't work, but I think it's increasingly important to make the distinction between sponsored links, revenue, and technology. And so that's what we're doing. We're trying to we're actually subcontracting the monetization of search, and therefore you should be very worried. I don't want to take on Google, systematically, but it's so systematic what they're saying. It's basically they're saying, the next thing to come is the Google who knows you. I don't want Google to know me. I don't know you, but I don't want Google to know me too much. And that's one of the major problems facing these media giants, is that they get to know you even more than Visa and MasterCard and the others. And that's very worrisome and troublesome, I think, in that the fact that search and then all the mail systems and everything are into one hand, and it's so easy to cross the information from one universe to the other. Like, you're buying that and you're sending an email about that and you're searching about this, and therefore you are that. Well, there's nothing new under the sun in the fact that it's been going on for ages. The IRS has been crossing information with the others and stuff. It's just the ease with it, with which you can now do that. You have one login, one password, and all the services rely on the same system. So that's the key problem, I think. And so all these systems being held into one hand is the problem. Search is not the problem by itself. It just happens that the revenue system has been, has emerged from search, and then all these media companies, they're basically building empires around that, and they know way too much about you. I think that's the problem that people are worried about, and they should be. In France, there is a law called the Loi Informatique and Liberté that protects people against this sort of information being, kept by companies against their will. I think it's a European problem. It should be addressed at the European level, certainly. And the fascinating thing is that I think consumers in Europe are not that worried about that. Amazingly, I think in the US people are getting more and more worried every day, which is kind of bizarre considering. But I think this is a problem.
Thank you. Com isto damos por encerrada esta sessão. Agradecemos a persistência dos que ficaram até agora e a participação de todos e peço uma salva de palmas para os membros do painel que estiveram até aqui.
Muito obrigado também. Agradecemos aos senhores congressistas o favor de não saírem dos seus lugares, já que não vamos ter tempo para o coffee break e a sessão seguinte, isto é, Cidades Banda Larga, vai acontecer já de seguida, só tempo dos oradores deste painel poderem sair da mesa e os outros tomarem os seus lugares. Muito obrigado. Cidades banda larga, o tema desta última sessão do segundo dia de trabalhos do nosso Congresso, aqui no Auditório 1. A criação de cidades e regiões digitais é considerado como fator de atratividade para os cidadãos e para as empresas. O primeiro de vários passos para atingir esse desígnio é o da criação de infraestruturas que são apenas uma condição necessária, mas não suficiente para o alcançar. Como evitar desperdícios de esforços e investimento público replicados? Como compatibilizar o investimento público e o investimento privado e as possíveis distorções da concorrência? Estas serão certamente algumas das questões que aqui ouviremos debater. Peço a vossa atenção para o moderador desta sessão, que nos irá certamente também apresentar depois os keynote speakers e os oradores. A palavra para si. Muito obrigado.
Muito boa tarde e muito bem-vindos. Nós vamos ter aqui uma sessão que eu acho que talvez uma das sessões-chave deste Congresso, porque na realidade trata-se de um fenómeno que neste momento passa a ser um pouco em todo o mundo, que surgem novas redes, cidades estão a criar redes próprias e acham que isto é muitas vezes um fator de competitividade, de atratividade de uma cidade. Como nós temos aqui um painel, sobretudo de oradores de língua inglesa, eu peço a vossa licença para poder mudar agora para a língua inglesa também, para continuar com a minha introdução. Very welcome to all the speakers here. And very welcome to the audience. I think we are here with a rather interesting subject that is actually with respect to a phenomenon that happens all over the world. Actually, in one of the conferences that was held earlier this year in the United States, the title of the panel that was dealing with municipal networks was actually the Muni Tsunami, meaning that there is something happening, we don't exactly know what, but it's happening all over the place, and we don't yet know what the impact will be at the end of the day. When we were having lunch, a couple of the speakers here before, we were actually asking ourselves the question, well, there has been such a lot of talk about broadband here during those 1.5 days so far, and there was the expectation that was created that the bandwidth that we will need and get in the future will be much more than what we have today, and we will still think that it's not enough. And then we made a short calculation and said, well, you know, at the beginning of the 80s, probably the speed that we got on our dial-up modems was 1.2K. Then, in the beginning of the 90s, we were quite happy when we had 96. So we were increasing roughly a factor of 100 during one decade. If we look at what we have today, around the world we're probably getting anything between 1 and 20 meg in people's homes. So let's say we can take an average of 10, which means that we have another factor of 100. So then if we look at 2015 or 2020, maybe we will actually be up to 1 gig. And it's not at all unlikely. And then again the comment was, and even if we have that, we will still very much, it's very likely that we still think that it's not enough. Obviously there is something happening because wireless or wireline broadband networks created by municipalities or by independent groups are surfacing everywhere in the world. It appears that we have a demand here that the existing operators in one way or another are not able to fulfill. Otherwise, these initiatives would probably not make sense. And what this panel is going to look at is, first of all, what is happening around the world, and what are the main drivers for it, what is the logic behind all these initiatives, and how far have they come. Let me then introduce the speakers here. We have as our keynote speaker Esme Vos. Esme Vos is a lawyer. She has created a very famous website called muniwireless.com, and everybody that is interested in what is happening around municipal networks around the world, I think this is the resource that you can turn to. You will find there everything from a description of the various cases, of the hundreds of cases, including business models, etc., and state of the development. This portal is today the reference and the most referenced source of anything regarding municipal wireless. Esme has her own company, Lemon Cloud BV, located in Amsterdam, and before that she was Chief Legal Officer of Spray Networks, pan-European portal in Sweden, I think it was, right? So let me introduce Esme. The stage is yours.
Okay. I'm wondering if people want me to just sit here since you're all here, or talk there, which is there.
Stay here. Stay here.
Okay. Don't do PowerPoint. I hate PowerPoint. So it seems to me that if you're going to have a conversation, have a conversation. Don't put slides up there, use it as a crutch, and become this sort of PowerPoint robot. I hate PowerPoint. So what I'm going to do right now is just give you a brief introduction into municipal wireless, muniwireless.com. This is a company, or rather a website. It's a blog. It still is a blog. I created it in June 2003, which seems like a century ago in this world, right? And the interesting thing about muniwireless.com is that I came to that idea because two things. I had a friend who started Wi-Finder, the hotspot directory, and he was working in Amsterdam at the time. And we both came to the conclusion that Wi-Fi is one of these technologies that go from the home to the office to a hot zone and then citywide. But it's very difficult for cities who want to set up networks to set up a network, because how do you find out who's setting up a network? How do you find out what the business model is? What are the costs? Who are the vendors? So my friend said, well, why don't you just aggregate all that information? If the LA Times writes about it, or the Washington Post, or the London Times, just put it on your blog, aggregate the information. So I thought, hey, that's a good idea. And if you do it as a blog, it's fast, it's cheap, And I was trying to think of a URL. You have to find a catchy name for it, right? And one night it came in a dream, and when I woke up, the name Muni Wireless just stumbled out of my dream. So I ran upstairs to my home office and I checked if it was taken, and it wasn't taken. So I registered the domain name right away and I set up a blog. Within 6 months, after aggregating information, this is the genius of the internet and Google. When you do searches on Google, my site is at the top. So people started sending me the information and not, to all the media outlets like the LA Times, New York Times. Within a year, so from June 2003 to June 2004, I started seeing this market take off, in part because I started aggregating information. And when you start aggregating information, you give power to people to start doing something. So that's the lesson of the internet. I'm all for it. And one of the things I realized at the very onset, I started following the market worldwide. I never intended this to be an American-only market. But one of the things I realized is that in the States, because the networks there are not required to be open, the incumbents are not required to share their lines with their competitors, the cities, especially smaller towns in rural areas, have to set up their own networks if they want to get broadband. Many don't even have broadband, they have dial-up. Or in places that have a duopoly, there's a cable provider and a DSL provider, and the duopoly keeps the price very high. They want to lower the price of broadband, make it affordable to people, and make it available everywhere. The cheapest way to do this is, of course, wirelessly, because if you dig everything up, it'll take years and it's very expensive. So the main driver behind wireless broadband networks on a citywide level has been, of course, affordable access. And once you have this network in the city, you start thinking, well, how can the municipality use it? So the number one application on these citywide networks is actually public safety. The police officers are using it, the fire department, anybody who goes out on a work order, a mobile workforce, people who inspect buildings. When they're running around the city inspecting buildings, they don't have to go back to the office. They can file reports from the field. They can do the work basically anywhere in the city. So as of September 2006, I counted the number of U.S. cities and counties that have it. I'm working on a global list. There are over 300, close to 400 U.S. cities and counties. So it's not just the city, it's the region. They're getting very big, that are either deploying networks now, meaning they have a public tender out, or they're actually deploying, or they have a network up and running. And some of the biggest projects are really impressive. There is a project in Sandoval County, New Mexico. It's a rural county, lots of Indian reservations. One of my friends is setting up a 100 megabit per second wireless connection to all the reservations so that they can do, among other things, e-health and e-learning. You have to understand, it's a rural area. The doctors come around the reservations only once a week. The children need to have video, so they have, teachers teaching them lessons. But you have to have a high bandwidth for this, right? And he's doing this wirelessly. You could never do this wired because, of course, this is a very big area and it's in the mountains and it's rural. Another very interesting project, aside from the ones we've heard about Philadelphia, right? They're deploying right now. San Francisco is negotiating with Earthlink, but there's a big county outside New York City, 2 counties, Suffolk County, Nassau County. They're setting up a county-wide wireless network that will be serving 3 million people. It's a lot of people. Plus, of course, the municipal services will go on top of it. So we ask ourselves, all right, how do we fund this network? What are the business models? Very interesting. They're mostly the cities and counties use the public-private partnership. So what they do is they put out a public tender. They say, okay, we the city, we have access to all of the lampposts, buildings, and we say, we'll contribute that to the private provider, and the provider has to set up a network. And to get a return on investment, they can charge people for access. But, here's the thing, they have to open up the network to all competitors. So it is basically an open platform. So in Philadelphia, what they have is Earthlink as the provider. They get to deliver service to the end user. They get to charge them. But they have to open up the network to other providers like perhaps T-Mobile, or maybe Verizon, or maybe AT&T. And that is the way that the cities are trying to create more competition in the market for broadband services. The other business model that's also very interesting is for the city itself to fund the network. So there is a city called St. Cloud in Florida. Small city, 28,000 people. They paid $3 million for Hewlett-Packard to set up the network. It's all free, so you go to St. Cloud, you open your laptop, free, you just click, I agree to the terms of service. And the thing is, people there spend about $300 a year on broadband, so basically it's like a tax refund. How does the city justify the network? Well, first of all, the return on investment that they get by having the police officers, the fire department, building inspectors use the network. This is a fast-growing city, so there are always new projects, for residential and office buildings going around. Pays for the network. I mean, when you think about how officers can be more productive if you have wireless cameras also to monitor areas that aren't often monitored. In a city called Corpus Christi, which is in Texas, it's a big city. They do a lot of oil refining there. What they've done is they have ripped out all of the old electric and gas meters, replaced them with wireless meters. So now you have automated wireless meter reading. The people who run around, trying to figure out, are people home? They ring your doorbell, can I check your meter? This doesn't exist anymore. You can imagine the kind of efficiency gains on a network like that. It more than pays for the network. And the best part is that once you set up a network, you have so many uses for it. There's public access, right? People can have internet access everywhere. The municipality can use it for meter reading, police, fire department, everything. Set up one network, multiple uses. The other interesting business model that I've seen, and it was just announced today, in the city of Portland, which is setting up a wireless network with a provider called MetroFi. It's a wireless ISP that's based in California, and they won the project in Portland. Microsoft, for the first time, has gotten into the wireless broadband market for citywide and countywide. Why is that? What are they going to use it for? You can already see what's going on, right? In MetroFi's model, you have free access with advertising. If you don't want the ads, you can pay, so you have a choice. But Microsoft is powering the advertising with their ad center technology. That means, you know what they're going to do with this, right? If you can triangulate people anywhere in the network, you can figure out where they are. Let's say you come to Portland, you say, okay, find me and tell me what the closest pizzeria is, this is my taste. Or find me and tell me where the closest, movie house is. And you can target this, all the ads, location-based, local content, even demographically, if you're Spanish speaking or Chinese speaking or Vietnamese speaking, all the way down to that user. This ad market is huge. It's massive. And all of the big portals, the search portals like Microsoft, Google, which has a network in Mountain View, and is the partner of Earthlink in San Francisco, have massive amounts of money. And Microsoft has decided to go into Portland to try this out. And if it works very well, they launch this everywhere. Now, bear in mind, the ad model works in urban areas, so there are a lot of people. It's media. The more people are on the network, the more valuable it is. So what's the idea behind free networks? The idea is to drop the barrier to entry. If you believe that the network is most valuable when everyone is on it, then what you need to do is make sure everyone's on it, and one of the ways to do it is to drop the cost of entry to zero. So you say, yeah, but somebody has to pay for it. Nothing's free. That's right. But it's not the end user who's going to pay for it. All of these business models will come on top of it. It will generate money for the network operator, whether it's other people paying for wholesale access, T-Mobile or Verizon or Orange or one of the telecom operators, or it's somebody else like Sony and Nintendo. For example, Sony and Nintendo have these portable PlayStation devices that allow you to have Wi-Fi access anywhere. Well, the cloud has a deal with Sony where they have the MAC addresses. So if you go into a network powered by the cloud, which is a wholesale network operator, recognizes your device and you're on it. I, the Sony PlayStation owner, I don't pay for it, but clearly Sony has paid for it to allow me to be on that network. That's a different business model from the traditional bill the end user, meter the end user. I think that model is over. I think that people will realize the value of a network is in the large number of people on it, and it has to be an open network to allow the maximum number of people also to develop applications. Because if you think about the internet as this ultimate open platform, people like YouTube have applications on it, all the different websites, it's so open, anybody can put an application on it. And if it's a good application, everybody around the world has access to it. That is the ultimate open network. That is the ultimate model that people are aiming for, because it's democratic and because anybody who has a good idea can enter this market with no barriers. And that's ultimately what this is all about. Now, when it comes to things like broadband as an amenity for economic development, for example, it's very important. When you look at regions around the world, let's go out of let's say, Europe and the United States and go out to regions like India, Latin America, China. There's a problem over there in that there's not a lot of electricity. So you're wondering, how do you set up a broadband network when there's no electricity, right? First of all, people need computers to access the network, but most of all, how do you set up these nodes, right, these access points without power? Well, there's a group, there are two people in California, they're ex-Sun engineers. They have just made a wireless mesh node that runs on solar power, that keeps the battery life for 45 hours. Now, it's interesting what the uses are for this. It's not just in developing countries, but it's also in areas that have emergencies. So, for example, in the States, where you have hurricanes or potential of earthquakes, bear in mind, when the infrastructure goes down, there's no power, right? Louisiana, how do you set up communications when there's no electric power? You can't just turn on an access point, plug it into the socket. It's not going to work. So you need wireless mesh nodes that run on solar power, and they're here. They're actually here, and they're being used, tested today in various parts of the world, including the United States. So in thinking about these networks, you also have to think about what people have in their own areas, what kind of infrastructure they have. And I guess the talk I'm giving today is more like I'm throwing all this stuff at you just to get everyone to start thinking and thinking beyond what we know today. The old business models, billing people, metering people, and think about bandwidth as well. In many parts of the world, including the United States, the price of bandwidth is artificially high. The people who have the incentive to create an artificial scarcity don't want this bandwidth to drop down in price. And what I'm saying is that everywhere in the world today, in big cities, there's a lot of fiber in the ground. Why can't you use that capacity, distribute it wirelessly so you don't have to dig to everybody's house? You know, fiber to the home has its uses, but at the same time, in many places, it's not feasible at all. Why can't you use unlicensed wireless technology to bring all that bandwidth to people, the last mile? Plus, if you think of the way voice has gone from your house, you know, your landline phone, it's now mobile. A lot of people can't function without a mobile phone. And you think about data, it's exactly where data is going. I am lost without an internet connection. You know, all I want, I have this Nokia 770 tablet I run around with, and if I find a Wi-Fi hotspot, I'm checking my email and doing all my stuff. The same thing that happened to voice is happening to data today. Data is going to be mobile. It has to be everywhere, together with you, no matter where you are. And the funny thing is that people who are under the age of 25 today, the way they think about data communications and mobile communications, it's twofold. There's the voice element, of course. They have the mobile phone, and they have SMS. But they also have what we call instant messaging, right? They're all on iChat, or MSN chat, or AOL, instant messaging. What is the glory of instant messaging? And in fact, of Skype. I'm sure some of you have used Skype, free phone calls, instant messaging. It's the following. It's that you're not assigned a phone number. When you sign up for Skype, or you sign up for AOL chat or instant message, you create your own identity, right? You create your own name, and you know, that's your identity. You think about it, you remember it. It's yours. It's not a number assigned to you. I can't remember all the phone numbers. If I had phone numbers everywhere, I can't remember. But I remember what my Skype ID is. I remember what my AOL chat ID is. It's mine. And that's how people think today. They want to own their own identity. They want something that reflects them. They don't want a number assigned to them. That's top down. That's something sent to you by a telco. And that's the metaphor of telecommunications today. It's owning your identity, broadcasting to the world, narrowcasting to your friends, and they want it everywhere. And that's not going to change. It's just going to get faster. Finally, the glory of the wireless technology, which is standards-based with Wi-Fi unlicensed, is that it's a lot cheaper to set up, and it's from the ground up. That means municipalities can set it up, people can put their networks on it, and you get something that's for you, not something sent to you by somebody else. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Esme. We have a problem here in this panel because one of our speakers did not show up, as you have in the meantime obviously realized. So I suggest that we proceed immediately and we ask Craig Settles to take over from here. Craig is, I would say, quite a guy. He has written a book that is famous all over the place, and the book is called Fighting the Good Fight for Municipal Wireless. So I guess that he's going to continue a little bit in the sense of the discussion that Esme started. Craig is actually from Philadelphia, but he doesn't live there anymore. And he was not there when Philadelphia started with its muni-wireless network, right? But nevertheless, he has followed it very closely and he knows all about it and all about what has happened in Philadelphia. Craig has around 20 years of experience as a consultant to companies like Microsoft, AT&T Wireless, Nextel, and Symantec. Craig, the stage is yours, please.
All right, good afternoon, and thank you very much for inviting us here to this presentation. I'm going to jump right in here and not waste a whole lot of preamble time. I indeed have written a book on municipal wireless. My background is helping businesses, helping organizations in general make the business case for using technology in general. More recently, it's been a lot of how to help people and how to help cities understand how to use municipal wireless or municipal broadband to improve their organization's operation. And basically, a lot of the business case that's going to be made
for technology involves understanding how to cut costs, increase revenue, or run a better organization. And in a city and a government environment, that expands to a certain extent because, yes, you do want to cut costs and how your government operates. Yes, you want to increase tax revenues. And obviously, maybe even more so, you want to run a better organization that provides a greater service to your constituents. And municipal wireless fits into that picture because on one hand it's a tool that cities can use to improve how they operate and ultimately improve their ability to deliver services to their constituents. But there's another aspect of municipal wireless, which is the ability to transform a number of aspects of life, whether we're looking at for the commercial side of a municipality, so the businesses in that area. There are ways to improve life for the constituents that are in that area, as well as transforming the government. And so I pull up this quote by Helen Keller because I feel like with municipal wireless, it's easy at one level to see that this technology has a benefit. We put up a network, we control the price or we make it free, and subsequently we provide cheap access to constituents, and everyone will have a better life because of it. But I think that what you really need is vision, because vision goes beyond sort of the obvious benefit to look beyond that and what you can do and how you can use the technology to create things that aren't here today. And in a number of areas, I think that's possible with municipal wireless. It's not about access alone. In the U.S. in particular, I haven't followed much of the European development, but in the U.S. in particular, there has been a race by cities to make plans or say they're going to make plans to adopt municipal wireless, and they trot out the usual, we want to do it because we want to provide cheap access. We want to provide greater competition. And they sort of have a laundry list that every politician has to tick off to prove that they're behind municipal wireless and they're serving their constituents. But I think that when you look at what cities are doing, there are those who see sort of the obvious benefits, and there are those who see or have a vision to something that's much greater than just access. Bringing in inexpensive municipal wireless or broadband of any sort, whether it's fiber, it's wireless, it's Wi-Fi, you can basically change the way the businesses in your area work by enabling them to have affordable wireless access for their mobile workforce, by enabling them to use wireless technology to improve asset management, how they manage their vehicles, how they manage expensive equipment. And there's a whole laundry list of ways in which businesses can benefit from mobile technology, and the barrier to those benefits have been the high cost of cellular networks or the inability to get wireless access in certain areas. So on the one hand, a city that sees the benefit of municipal wireless may say, we want to do this to increase economic development because we want to make our city more inviting for businesses to move into our area. Those cities with a vision will say, what we're going to do is use municipal wireless to transform how our local businesses operate, to make them more competitive, not only at a local level, but also at a countrywide or an international level. That's where the difference of vision comes into play. And where that manifests itself, where that becomes apparent that you have vision, is that you build a better network. You use a better business model that gives you, the city, the ability to better control and to move that technology to where you want it to be. So it affects your business model. It affects the decisions. It affects the planning that you do for the network. At the bottom line, it affects how much you care about making that network have value to your community. Another aspect of the vision, if you will, in an economic development sense, is using that network to change customer relationships. If, as Esme pointed out, all of the constituents in your area now have free wireless access, and your businesses are truly adept at tying into this, it can now change the relationship between the customer and the business. It helps the constituents, it helps the business. You help the business, you help the tax base. And you help the tax base, you help the city. So again, these are all coming back to, do I have a vision, or am I just trying to put a network up to satisfy the need to be like every other city? We talk a lot in America about using the network to increase the number of people who don't have access, or what might be people who don't have enough money, or they're in rural areas where access is not cheap to deliver, and they think that putting up the network is going to automatically make life better for the underserved communities. And what really needs to happen is there has to be a plan in place for how you're going to use that network, and what applications are going to be on that network, and what nonprofit organizations or commercial organizations the city is going to partner with to deliver applications that change how those people in those areas live. It changes how they interact with their government. It changes how they interact with the businesses that they have to deal with. It gives them the power to control their access to health care. It controls their access to educational tools. In essence, you transform a group of constituents. You don't just hand them access and walk away and think that the job is done. You allow them to create portals that, in essence, build self-reliance, as opposed to creating another government program that people take advantage of. Looking at a vision for healthcare, which I don't think gets nearly enough coverage by either the media or the people that are supporting municipal wireless. You can streamline caregivers' ability to go through paperwork, or in some cases eliminate the paperwork. Because now we have a case where there's such an overload of patients, people needing care, that the paperwork gets in the way of health care delivery. You have people that have difficulty leaving their homes, people with chronic illnesses, people that are elderly and may have Alzheimer's. And so now you can use this wireless network to enable an improved delivery of health care. You can increase the quality. You can reduce the number of errors that happen when you have an overloaded health care system. You can improve the quality of emergency medical treatment. There's an idea that they're trying to put into operation in Corpus Christi, Texas, that will allow a chip to be created, a computer chip that has a person's allergies to certain drugs. They may have diabetes. They may have some other medical condition. So if they're in an emergency situation and they can't talk, the emergency responder can scan that chip and wirelessly send the information to specialists and other medical professionals who can help the emergency worker deliver more effective care before that person even goes to the hospital. So basically, there's a whole realm of telemedicine, healthcare delivery that these city networks can impact. But in order for that to happen, again, you have to have people in the city government and people that they're working with that have a vision beyond the network. There needs to be a vision that addresses education. In a lot of college campuses in the U.S., and I'm sure in other places as well, wireless technology is changing how students interact with each other. It's changing how students interact with their professors. It changes how the whole process of education happens. Now you can take that same wireless technology and use it to apply to kindergarten through grade school and beyond, so that now you're changing how education is developed. You're making it more interactive. You're changing how parents can interact with their children's homework assignments and how they're learning in general, or how the whole administrative process of parent-teacher relationships happen. Again, you need to have this vision that looks out and says, okay, we have a network that's all over the city, or it's all over the region. We now can deliver voice over the internet. We can deliver video over the internet. So how can we use this to now transform education in our community? So bottom line, what does all this mean? If you don't have a vision, you probably will build a network where the local government does not have enough control or providing enough direction to what happens with that network. Now, it doesn't mean that they physically build the network. It doesn't mean that they provide customer service and support. But it means that either contractually or financially, they have some part in the relationship where they can say, well, in addition to you, the private provider, getting your money back from this relationship, which is the private provider's primary concern, we have these other needs. We have this vision of how we're changing our city, how we're changing our government, and we want to make sure that we go down this path as well as the path of providing a more competitive environment for wireless internet access. The vision should drive not only the funding sources, it should also drive the planning process. When Philadelphia started its project, the mayor of Philadelphia had a vision for changing the economic development process in Philadelphia, how individuals, how small businesses, how disadvantaged neighborhoods would be able to, in essence, join the 21st century, become more competitive, have access to greater resources, and improve their economic standing. And that became the vision. But they also went out to the communities. They went out to the constituents. They went out to the medical community and the education community. And they went out to the neighborhoods and said, we have this idea of a municipal wireless network. This is what we think it should be, and this is where we think it's beneficial. And those constituents told them that, well, the idea is a good one, but here's how we need it. And a very good example is this idea of providing wireless access in parks and public areas. It's a good idea. It has merit. You see it in ads and commercials for a lot of this new technology. But there's some neighborhoods where they will tell you that our people don't have time to sit out and play around on laptops in the park. Our parks are dangerous places for our kids to be, so we're not going to leave them out there with valuable equipment accessing the internet. However, we have needs over here. We have needs for a community portal. We have needs for access in the home. We have needs for access in community centers. In essence, by going to the constituents, they redefine the vision and how the network would come into play based on what the needs of the constituents are. Every city has its own need. It has its own communities which have different interests. And in each one of those cities, once you define what those needs are, then that determines what the technology should be. That determines how ramped up the technology should be. We have cities that are happy with 1 megabyte of access. There are other cities for whom 10 megabytes or 20 megabytes is the goal. That's what they need because their businesses need that in order to be effective. So you have to have some way of building the constituents, their needs into that vision. And then you look from there to what the technology needs are. And then you go from the technology needs to understand where are the funding sources going to come from. If I look at cities with vision, there are plenty of them. And you go to muniwireless.com and you can sort of get the whole list of those. But Philadelphia had a vision for using the network for economic development. And they also had one of the most detailed processes of assessing the needs of their constituents of many cities in the U.S. Boston is, I consider, a pioneer in the sense they are looking at different types of funding sources. They're not going just with the standard process of bringing in a vendor and they provide telephone poles and infrastructure and the vendor provides access. Corpus Christi is looking at new ways, new applications for the technology now that they've used it effectively for automatic meter reading. So what you've got to think about, again, I will come back to this basic bottom line point, is you can see that there are benefits to this technology, but what is your vision for how you use that technology to transform your city and the people and the businesses that are in that city? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Craig. I'm sorry, I need to make a little bit of an interruption here because the two speakers here have told us this actually demands a question here. Because what you're saying, if I understood it right, that all those municipal broadband networks, they're changing the ecosystem in the municipality or in the region. They are changing the social and the business ecosystem. Do you actually have proof and experiences that this has happened?
Thank you. What I presented was the vision, not what is the reality. Because right now, most of these networks have not been built yet. But my point is that if you talk to the constituencies and you describe what the potential of the network is, they will then define to you what the potential is. So if you go to the medical community and say, we can have inexpensive wireless access all across the city, they will then start to create that vision. They start to come up with, we can do this, and we can provide greater health care because we can take this workload off of our health care workers. We can provide video over the internet so that people that are in isolated areas can send video transmission or photographs from those people who are in need of health care, so that specialists can then send back recommendations to the local health care providers in order to be able to improve their health care. But this is more the vision, and coming to my point of, if you look at it with the blinders on that we're providing access, you will build a network just to that goal. But if you look at it with these different visions of what you can do with the network, you will ultimately build a better network. And my point of reference are all of the commercial entities that I've written about and interviewed for the various books that I've written, where they create the best applications by going to their end users and saying, we're going to bring in this technology. What do you think we can do with it? How can it change your department? How can it change your workers, your workforce, and so forth? And those end users define a vision that the planners don't see, because those people in the trenches, those people are the ones who understand how, if you explain that technology, how they can use that. And then the planners then come back with a network built to those needs or to that vision of their end users. So in my observation and talking with cities over the last year, basically I see different visions from the end user perspective, which are the constituents. That is a broader vision oftentimes than what I hear the politicians and the people within the city define as what the vision of the network is.
Esme, do you want to comment?
There's actually a very good example of a public safety use of a network. It's in a city called Buffalo, Minnesota. If you look at a lot of police departments in the States today, they use these very old 19.2 kilobit per second devices. You know, they're ancient, they're pre-dial-up even for their communications, right? So let's say the cops all ride around these cars. In the trunk of the car is a small access point. That access point talks to all the access points. The wireless nodes are mounted on the light poles in the city. So as they're driving around, and it's mobile Wi-Fi, okay? As they're driving around, they have devices like these PDAs or laptops that are also Wi-Fi enabled that can connect to this wireless network that connects then to the database inside the police station and to state databases. So let's assume that you're a police officer, you're riding down the street, you stop and, gee, that car looks really suspicious. And you go on your laptop and you type in the number, and immediately you see, okay, that car looks like it's owned by somebody. And then they also have wireless cameras around the city, right? A lot of them solar powered, some of them are hooked up to poles, and they can monitor the cameras, and they can see perhaps a face of somebody, or they want to check what's someone's identity. All of these databases have rich data today. Photos, video. How are you supposed to access that on a device that can take only 19.2 kilobits per second? So what you need today for very intelligent policing are devices that can access a very fast broadband network. That's the first one. The second thing that I'm seeing today, this is actually a real example that's happening in a lot of American cities. The second thing today is the paperwork that Craig was talking about, right? Oh my goodness, today police officers, they have to make these reports, some of them even on paper with triplicate, you know. Well, if the police officer can do it from the car, in the field, write up the report, boom, send it to the office, that means that's a police officer that's spending more time on the streets patrolling, being physically available to people, to talk to monitor the streets, than sitting in the back of the station. That's a police officer that's not driving up and down all the time. That's a very, very efficient police officer. And those are the real live examples I see today. That's up and running today. The city of San Mateo has had a wireless mesh network for the public safety since 2004, and they've opened it up to public access. And the fire department, you can imagine that, with the fire department, it's even more uses, because today, every building owner who stores chemicals, for example, or different kinds of things in the building, they always have to update the city on what's inside for the permitting. Now, bear in mind, if you're, say, a fire department, and you're going to a fire in your fire truck, and you can download immediately the latest report on what's in that building. That makes it safer, not only for the people, of course, in the fire department, for the people around. Because what if just last week, stored in there were dangerous chemicals? Then you're prepared to deal with that fire. That you don't have today in a city that doesn't have a wireless network.
Thanks. Before we move to Japan, I would like to introduce François Barre. I think you all remember him from this morning. Since François has been doing some work in the past also on these municipal wireless networks, we have invited him to join us here on this panel, and I think you have a comment here as well.
Thank you very much. My job, as I understand it, is to interject comments at various points here. And one comment I wanted to make is when you look for evidence of success, I mean, the examples that were given by both Craig and Esme are really important. Another one is suggested by Craig's presentation, where he said, look at wireless campuses to look at how that transforms work. I happen to teach on one of these wireless campuses, and I can tell you that it's changed my job tremendously. I typically teach in classrooms where every student has some device that's connected to the internet, and they will check what I say. Now, if I say something about the FCC's regulation, they will go to the FCC's website and will not hesitate to tell me if I'm wrong, which creates very interesting discussions in the classroom, forces me to be somewhat more honest with my lectures, prevents me from bluffing, but also allows me to run live blogs and wikis in the classrooms, so the students work in common while they're in the lecture halls. They can do the same thing when they're in the rest of the campus. It's really created a very different atmosphere where the students are not just there as customers of lectures that get delivered by those who know everything, but they become the center of the whole experience. They get to be, it's education on demand in many ways, and they create a lot of it. So I think this is an interesting example of the kind of transformation that Greg and Esme are talking about.
Thank you, François. And we have a gentleman here in the audience that actually masterminded the wireless campuses in Portugal as well. And he's sitting here in the first row, and I guess you know him. Let us now move to Japan. Shinya Kukita is head of the International Carrier Solutions Planning Division of NEC Corporation. He's an electronic engineer, and he has been responsible for the development of a number of different systems, transport networks, and network management. And in recent years, he's particularly been occupied with new generation networks and with technological strategy, which is one of his most important issues today. And he will talk to us a little bit about the Japanese experience. Please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, my name is Kukita from NEC. My talk is a little bit different from the general theme of these sessions. In a sense, I mean, I'm acting as what you call the devil's advocate. Means, I mean, I will introduce what the private sector, particularly the incumbent carriers in Japan, has achieved, I mean, up to this point. And as well as I introduce the achievement of our incumbent carriers, I also mentioned some limitations, I mean, they have encountered, and also their countermeasures for those limitations. Those are the topics I'd like to introduce. So the broadband access, tremendous growth, achieved in Japan in the past 5-6 years. Actually, as introduced in the morning session of today, out of the 30 or more the OECD countries, Japan is one of the cheapest, the broadband service available country, like similar to Korea. And as a matter of fact, like all countries, it is not the particular situation only in Japan. The broadband access growth is determined by the various factors, including the regulations or the competitions, and also the governmental support. So this graph shows the growth of the broadband access users. The left-hand side, the light shadow, are the actual figures. The right-hand side in the dark shadow is the projected numbers by NTT. As you can see, the majority of the broadband users in Japan right now is based on the ADSL. The number exceeds the 15 million subscribers. Japan has the 120 million populations and the 49 million households, so that it corresponds to about the 1/3 of the household in Japan are connected either by ADSL. And actually the 5 million household are connected by the fiber at this moment. Actually the CATV is the front runner, in the past, but it did not grow as the other competitors. Actually that's another the point of the one particular debate point, that is that many of the CATV operations in Japan are operated by the municipalities, and unfortunately they are not the source of the growth of this type of activities. The most of the growth are in the competitive area as an industry, so that ADSL and the fiber to the home type access has the most growth. And most significantly, if you can take a look at the very small numbers on the bottom on the chart, the pure growth of the subscribers, the fiber growth exceeded the ADSL growth. Actually, the growth of the ADSL is starting to saturate. And this is the pricing in Japan. Actually, the left-hand side is the pricing in Japan. On top of the chart, you can see the bandwidth of the ADSL service, the 1.5 meg and 8 meg, 12 meg, 40 meg, 47 meg. And virtually there is no difference depending on the bandwidth. Actually, it is the result of the competitions. Means always the service provider offer the higher speed than the existing service of the competitors, and offering the very similar price. So as a result, there is almost no difference depending on the bandwidth. Actually, the price of the fiber to the home is just about equivalent with the ADSL service. Although we call the fiber to the home in general in Japan, actually there are two kinds of fiber to the home, and one of them is actually the fiber to the node plus some copper technologies, either the VDSL or Ethernet. And actually that fiber to the node type technology is used for the multi-dwelling units, and in that case the monthly fee is actually less than ADSL. And this is the price structure of the revenue structure of the incumbent carriers, ADSL case, and two different type of FTTH case. although the access, the high-speed internet access cost price is higher in fiber case, but actually by combining the PSTN or the telephone service fee, the price becomes very competitive with the ADSL. The trick of this is that in Japan there are two different types of IP telephony service. Okay, in this chart, I show the three different phone service. I mean, the internet telephone we call is the telephone service. I mean, without the telephone numbers. There are two different IP telephony service with the telephone number, but one of them is the PSTN based numbers, and the other one is a very specific IP telephony service numbers, and those two has different requirements, different QoS, different maximum delay, different support level for the emergency numbers. So actually what's happening is the PSTN type IP telephony service is offered only based on the fiber service. And only when the people has the fiber access and this IP telephony service over fiber, they cancel the PSTN numbers. So that the very similar to the growth of the fiber access, there is the very dark blue portion on the graph. That is the PSTN number based IP telephony subscribers. So the point is, I mean, that when people change the type of broadband access from ADSL to the fiber, they will get the PSTN equivalent telephony service, and that's the time they cancel the PSTN services. So that as a service provider's point of view, the combined revenues are just about equivalent. So based on these experience in Japan, I mean, the industry learned several things. Actually, the first thing customer learns is they are so accustomed to the comfort of the speed. Actually, I feel the speed is something very addictive. I mean, once you learn the high-speed environment, it's so hard to go back to the old days. So that the people will try to use more, I mean, based on those comfort. And actually, based on those, once again, the number of the users, there will be the people, whether there will be a company, try to offer the new services based on those high-speed access. Although, I mean, I did not have opportunity to describe the competitive situations of ADSL, but the rapid growth of ADSL in late 90s, led by the company called SoftBank, and they're actually the ISP origin companies, and they fully utilize the unregulated environment of the copper access. So they took all kinds of advantage of already existing infrastructures, and they offer the ADSL service with the very massive the marketing effort. And actually, even after the incumbent carriers come up with a similar price plan, the SoftBank remains as the name of the ADSL service. So that based on those experiences, actually the service providers, including incumbent or the newcomers, they realize there's a real first mover advantage. So that advantage is mentioned in many of the marketing documents, but they fail in the real experience. So now it is the time, I mean, who will take that advantage in the fiber access. And obviously the incumbent learned in the ADSL experience, so they are not too late, to compete with this environment. But the limitations I promised to explain in this type of achievement is the difference between the ADSL and fiber to the home. That is the physical infrastructure does not exist in the fiber case. And actually, it's very hard to justify the new installation of the physical media in big numbers. So actually what's happening, for the incumbent carriers is they maintain the voice revenues by offering the PSTN equivalent, the voice services over fiber, and actually they try to maintain the same level of investment. And instead of invest to maintain the existing PSTN services, they invent that equivalent money to the new fiber installations. So obviously that's the strategy by the incumbent carriers, but for the newcomers who does not have that level of existing PSTN revenues, they cannot take that they cannot take the similar strategies. So that's the reason why the SoftBank or the KDDI, the next major the competitors for NTT, are not that aggressive in this fiber deployment. So that means, that indicates there's limitations, of the private sectors can do this type of infrastructure buildings. So that's one of the point, that we could have some argument what the private sector can do and what the public or the municipality type organization should take the responsibilities. But beyond the maintaining the voice revenues, maintaining the same level of investment just to focus more on the new access method, there's one more countermeasures now discussed in the service provider arena. That is the new services other than the voice services or the other legacy type services. Although we do not have the luxury to go through all of these the next generation network standards issues, but the NGN currently discussed in HCT span or the ITUT, a kind of departure from the silo-based approach to the layer approach. That means in the past, the new services or the additional services are built by the vertically integrated the network. So that to create or to add the new services requires the one big effort. Instead, the next generation network try to make the intermediate layers as common as possible for the multiple services, so that the new service can take a leverage of the installed infrastructures, not only at the physical levels, but also the connectivity layers or even the service delivery layers, so that the new service can be created or the cut and try to see the acceptance by the customers. So that this is another effort by the service providers to create the new service and as well as the new revenues. Okay, as a summary, Japan has seen the really healthy growth of the broadband access, and based on those success and based on the large customer base, there is always the new entrepreneurs like to start the business or the services running over the new infrastructures. And in Japan, many of the fixed line operators are planning to move from the copper to the fiber on or around the 2010 timeframe, so that they don't have to maintain the PSTN network any further. And finally, the new IP-based network architecture or the infrastructure will support the creation of the new services for the additional boost for the growth of the network. Arigato. That's obrigado in Portuguese. Thank you. In Japanese.
Thank you very much, and I think we're coming back to Portugal now, and we even managed to get our panel complete now. We have Professor Luís Magalhães here with us. He was obviously a victim of the rather nice weather out there. Those of us who have spent all the day in here, we just heard the noise here on the roof that was a little bit strange, but it's obviously raining cats and dogs outside. Professor Luís Magalhães is president of UMIC. That's the agency that was created by the Portuguese government a couple of years ago to deal with issues related with the knowledge society. He's professor at the Instituto Superior Técnico, that's the Technical University in Lisbon, and corresponding member of the Academy of Science in Lisbon. He's also part of the network that is coordinating the strategy of Lisbon and the government's Plano Tecnológico, the technological plan. May I ask you to take the podium, please?
Are we talking in English?
No, you can talk Portuguese. Everybody here is having translation. No problem. Peço desculpa.
Boa tarde. Agradeço a introdução e agradeço também o convite para vos falar aqui hoje. Na verdade, há dias complicados. Em Lisboa, os dias complicados são os dias de chuva. De maneira que é essa a situação. Eu vou-vos falar, enfim, motivado pela temática desta sessão, mas, na verdade, centrado de um ponto de vista da promoção da sociedade de informação em Portugal, como será mais ou menos evidente. Nós vivemos um momento em que diversos desenvolvimentos tecnológicos, caracterizados por uma fase da World Wide Web, portanto, a partilha da capacidade distribuída de disponibilização de informação, também por uma afirmação mais clara da computação distribuída com novos paradigmas, em particular grid, partilha da capacidade distribuída de processamento computacional, a afirmação do peer-to-peer, portanto, numa filosofia de partilha de recursos, mas agora numa rede entre quaisquer dos nós e com interações também muito flexíveis, e caminhando para uma situação em que, na verdade, estamos a falar de uma web, de uma rede de objetos e sensores ubíquos, com grande partilha de instrumentos e sensores em comunicação uns com os outros. Isso cria uma nova situação e cria também particularidades importantes em termos dos princípios básicos que têm que ser associados nesta situação, naturalmente de interoperabilidade, de independência de plataformas tecnológicas, e falamos aqui também do papel que normas terão que desempenhar, da ubiquidade, da segurança, com as suas vertentes, confidencialidade, integridade, controle de acessos, não repudiação, e de uma nova forma de gerir serviços, em particular a importância de gerir serviços sobre banda larga e, em particular, os atores principais, os operadores, os fornecedores de serviços, vão naturalmente ter que fazer uma transformação muito considerável em relação àquilo que é o momento presente, mas a necessidade de fazer essa passagem está aí a despontar. Há uma importância grande que nós podemos começar a sentir se pensarmos nas aplicações em massa das tecnologias de informação e comunicação, e nós temos alguns exemplos disponíveis, são exemplos tradicionais, de alguma maneira, mas mesmo os canais tradicionais vão desempenhar um papel muito grande. E como exemplos tipo do passado, digamos assim, mas são muito importantes no momento presente, são exemplos avançados no momento presente, temos a Via Verde. É um exemplo de ubiquidade, sensores que estão colocados e de facto sentem o que se está a passar no que toca ao serviço em causa. O serviço de comércio eletrónico por multibanco, que nós estamos muito habituados a eles, mas são de facto também qualquer coisa que temos que acarinhar como um serviço avançado que precisa de se evoluir e que está muito avançado em relação a outros países sobre vários aspectos, como sabem. E também em termos do canal de atendimento presencial, em canal físico, através da expansão da rede de lojas do cidadão, que são neste momento os balcões preferenciais dos cidadãos para atendimento em serviços públicos, como sabem. Em particular, no que toca à Via Verde, que hoje em dia não é usada apenas para passagem nas autoestradas, mas para outras funções, estacionamento, serviços, por exemplo, em bombas de abastecimento, etc. Mas acontece que Portugal como também é conhecido, líder da Europa, mas a distância é grande, não é? Isto são dados de do final de 2005. É impressionante o número de 1,9 milhões de clientes e também é impressionante a diferença em relação à presença destes postos em relação à dimensão da população, onde o segundo país é a Itália, o terceiro a França, mas a distância é de facto considerável. O multibanco também é um exemplo conhecido, embora eu aqui salientasse apenas que, ou recordasse que em dados de 2013 havia 15 milhões de cartões em circulação e isto está sempre a crescer porque felizmente tem havido serviços a ser oferecidos e este género de canal tradicional de suporte a estas tecnologias terá que conviver e terá que ser explorado também em harmonia com a realidade um bocadinho mais futurológica que estamos a enfrentar. Desenvolvimentos tecnológicos facilitadores digamos, de uma cidadania digital, da sociedade de informação. Claramente a massificação dos telemóveis, claramente a massificação à vista da TV digital, claramente também as possibilidades que se abrem de interação homem-computador através de fala e imagem e, naturalmente, os desenvolvimentos que é razoável esperar, que têm que acontecer e é razoável esperar, para produtos desenvolvidos para incluírem certos grupos especiais, de onde o mais numeroso e que crescerá nos próximos anos em Portugal e na Europa e no resto do mundo, é o grupo dos idosos, a ponto de virem a constituir, num horizonte que já não está tão distante assim, uma percentagem bastante elevada da população europeia, o que significa que estes pontos que estão aqui a ser levantados não só são oportunidades tecnológicas a aproveitar, mas também são enormes oportunidades de negócios globais para quem atuar nestas linhas. Agora, situando-nos um bocadinho em relação a situações que estão no terreno em Portugal, é muito importante neste contexto ter presente que existem redes e serviços municipais nas regiões, promovidos através de projetos de cidades e regiões digitais, e a cobertura é bastante grande. São 26 projetos num território onde habita neste momento cerca de 3/4 da população e em breve serão 31, abrangendo cerca de 90% da população. E incluem, de facto, em termos de ligações de banda larga, de diversos tipos de serviços, situações bastante diversas. Também do ponto de vista da disponibilização de serviços públicos aos cidadãos e às empresas, tem havido um progresso marcante. Estes dados que aqui estão são um benchmarking convencional que a Comissão Europeia faz. Estivemos a progredir em termos de valor absoluto sempre, quer na disponibilização completa, quer como verão no slide seguinte, na disponibilização, na sofisticação dos serviços online, dos 20 serviços públicos básicos, embora em termos relativos não tivéssemos a crescer tão rapidamente como os outros, e portanto houve uma perda de terreno de 2001 até outubro de 2004, felizmente parcialmente recuperada, mas muito recuperada, em junho de 2006, com uma subida de posição em relação a países difíceis de ultrapassar. Contudo, um ponto que, e foi a principal razão para introduzir aquele slide, nós temos de estar conscientes de quais são os condicionantes da sociedade da informação em Portugal em termos de penetração. E este assunto pode ser um assunto muito complicado, existem vários fatores, estão identificados, são discutidos, e o meu esforço foi, depois de ter pensado sobre o assunto, procurar resumir num slide. E resumindo num slide o problema da inclusão digital em Portugal, chega-se à conclusão que o problema é essencialmente o que tem a ver com o nível de escolaridade da população. Claro que os outros fatores também afetam, aliás, no próprio slide é evidente o efeito da idade, mas a situação é especial e é também muito marcada e interessante de observar e ter presente, e também interessante de procurar ultrapassar. Portugal é o 4º país da União Europeia nas pessoas com educação secundária a usarem a internet. 4º país, que é uma posição fantástica, está apenas atrás da Holanda, Suécia e Dinamarca. Portugal é o 7º país, no mesmo indicador, nas pessoas com educação superior. Além dos países anteriores, apenas o Luxemburgo, a Finlândia e o Reino Unido estão à nossa frente. Mas Portugal é apenas o 3º país a contar do último, da União Europeia 15, portanto o 13º, no cômputo global da utilização da internet. E isso é devido à sua posição, neste 3º grupo que aqui está, que são as pessoas que têm 9º ano de escolaridade ou inferior. É claro que a penetração nesse grupo é sempre difícil. Dificuldade de utilizar os instrumentos normais de acesso, dificuldade de procurar na informação disponível aquilo que nos interessa, que é uma dificuldade universal nessa gama de população. Contudo, o que se passa em Portugal é que há uma enorme fatia da população nesta situação. São 5 milhões de adultos, entre os 25 e os 75 anos, onde a penetração do uso da internet são 15% para pessoas de 25 a 54 anos, e 2%, há ali uma gralha, nas pessoas de 55 a 75 anos. O 65 devia ser 55. Mas isso são 5 milhões de habitantes. 5 milhões de habitantes é metade da população portuguesa. Estamos a falar só de adultos. É 3/4 dessa faixa etária. E se fizéssemos as contas também em termos de população ativa, é 3/4 da população ativa. E, portanto, o que estamos aqui a ver é que reforçar a penetração da internet e das tecnologias de informação e comunicação na população não é obra fácil. Estamos aqui com um obstáculo estrutural de grande dificuldade de ser ultrapassado. Tem a ver, naturalmente, com os baixos níveis de escolaridade secundária da população portuguesa. Somos o último da União Europeia 25, com pouco mais de 20%. São dados da OCDE de 2002, mas são os últimos que nos permitem esta comparação neste grupo adequadamente. Também as coisas não mudaram radicalmente desde essa altura. E o segundo país na pior posição, que é a Espanha, está com o valor do dobro. O 5º país em pior posição, que é a Irlanda, está com 3 vezes mais. E isto dá uma ideia clara da dificuldade que é preciso ultrapassar. Claro que temos que facilitar o acesso com apoio por pessoas, portanto, apoio por monitores de forma gratuita e em todo o país. Existem 840 espaços de internet onde se pode fazer esse acesso, que são recursos públicos para o efeito e que, na verdade, na verdade, constitui a maior rede de acesso público gratuito com apoio por recursos humanos que existe na Europa. Temos que pensar em serviços centrados nos utilizadores finais, compreender com rigor as preferências e as necessidades dos utilizadores, segmentar em grupos, facilitar certos percursos de acesso para que as pessoas tenham possibilidade de mais facilmente encontrar as suas preferências e interesses, mas em especial tem que se trabalhar no terreno com quem esteja próximo destes grupos, com quem esteja próximo destas pessoas e seja um interlocutor direto. Naturalmente estamos a falar da parte do setor público que está distribuída no país, mas estamos das escolas também, mas estamos a falar sobretudo em ter uma relação privilegiada com organizações não governamentais, de solidariedade e de apoio ao desenvolvimento. E isso é, a meu ver, a única forma de ultrapassar o problema que não seja pura e simplesmente esperar por uma substituição de gerações. Há serviços de utilização de banda larga que têm estado disponíveis e têm bastante importância, em particular a Assinatura Nacional da Biblioteca do Conhecimento Online, onde por ano se contam 4,2 milhões de downloads de artigos em versão integral. O alargamento da rede de Ciência, Tecnologia e Sociedade, portanto a rede académica do ensino, através de um anel de fibra Espanha-Portugal, portanto através de fibra de que a entidade operadora, que é a Fundação para a Computação Científica Nacional, será a proprietária e que foi negociada na Cimeira Espanha-Portugal em novembro de 2005, está posta a concurso e, portanto, é para ser realizada agora em breve. E a extensão desta fibra às capitais de distrito, que é o passo seguinte. Há uma rede sem fios integrada que faz com que os diversos campos universitários e do politécnico do país sejam, na verdade, um único campus virtual. E aqui vou exemplificar com algumas figuras relativas ao Instituto Superior Técnico. A azul são pontos de acesso, os círculos têm áreas proporcionais ao número de utilizadores que estão pendurados àquele ponto de acesso específico. E aqui este gráfico, num período de 10 minutos, mostra que, portanto, quando há uma linha a ligar dois pontos, significa que houve pelo menos um indivíduo que esteve ligado a um ponto de acesso e depois esteve ligado também a outro ponto de acesso naquele intervalo. Um dia, uma semana, estão a ver uns ali a sair, que é o roaming e, portanto, a integração de campos, neste caso, claramente, naquele período, naquela semana, houve alguém que estava no campus da Alameda do Instituto Superior Técnico e foi ao Tagus Park, que é para onde apontam aquelas ligações, e, portanto, há este tipo de serviço e há uma realidade de mobilidade bastante distinta do que nós estávamos habituados. Para terminar, observações em relação ao futuro. Já falámos em algumas delas. É claro que um desafio importante é também a gestão automática, digamos, ou com ajuda automática, da sobrecarga de informação e contactos para benefício de pessoas e coletivos também, não é? O problema do overload de e-mails, de informação não pretendida e coisas dessas, precisam de uma forma de gestão radicalmente diferente. A exploração de tecnologias interativas desenvolvidas para os jogos eletrónicos têm que ser usadas para benefício de outras aplicações e têm muito a dar. Por exemplo, na aprendizagem é óbvio, mas há muitas outras áreas em que poderão contribuir fortemente. Naturalmente, a disponibilização de cuidados de saúde inovadores, gestão e mitigação de riscos públicos. Assim como se fala por vezes de sociedade da informação, sociedade de conhecimento, também, como sabem, há autores que sublinham como característica da sociedade da atualidade a sociedade de risco. E, na verdade, os desafios que a gestão de riscos nos está a pôr são imensos e haverá aqui uma contribuição muito importante a dar. E, basicamente, é com esta mensagem que vos deixo. Boa tarde.
Muito obrigado. E para não ultrapassarmos demasiado o tempo dessa sessão, vamos agora logo para Porto. Vladimir Feliz é diretor de Sistemas de Informação da Câmara Municipal do Porto e ao mesmo tempo, diretor, ou presidente do Conselho de Administração da Associação Porto Digital. E vai nos falar sobre esse tema Porto Digital, não é? Obrigado.
Boa tarde. Antes de mais agradecer a oportunidade que me foi dada pela APDC e na pessoa do Sr. Presidente do Congresso, Dr. Diogo Vasconcelos, de mostrar-nos aqui o que estamos a fazer e o que iremos fazer no Porto. Começando por alguns pontos que foram lançados na agenda deste evento, aos quais conto dar resposta nesta pequena conversa que conto ter convosco. E começava por um dos pontos, ou um ou dois, a infraestrutura como condição essencial, mas não suficiente, e a infraestrutura como passo mais simples do percurso. Cientes desta realidade, no Porto, desenvolvemos a nossa estratégia com base em 3 pilares essenciais, que obviamente, privilegiando a questão do acesso, não esquecem outras temáticas que lhes estão associadas. Essencialmente, esses 3 pilares resumem que a nossa estratégia está assente, acima de tudo, nas tecnologias de informação e comunicação, na criatividade, inovação e empreendedorismo como motores de desenvolvimento da cidade e da região. Tendo sempre a consciência de que as tecnologias são um meio e não um fim, daí o enfoque no processo e nas pessoas para este modelo de desenvolvimento. Também do conhecimento como matéria-prima e, acima de tudo, na transformação do conhecimento em vantagem competitiva. Isto é, nós apenas com a informação, apenas com o conhecimento nada fazemos, temos que daí partir para algo que nos traja vantagem face a outras realidades, nomeadamente no mundo globalizado em que cada vez mais vivemos. E assentamos a nossa estratégia em 7 fatores críticos de sucesso. A governança, o acesso, a formação e qualificação, o interesse, o envolvimento, o incentivo e a monitorização. A governança, acima de tudo, porque sentimos que é essencial para termos políticas fortes e políticas de mudança que sejam realmente implementadas. Numa primeira fase, adequar essas mesmas políticas àquela que é a estratégia de desenvolvimento definida para a cidade, colocar esse conceito ao mais alto nível de decisão, e no Porto foram dados 2 passos relevantes que muito contribuíram para que as políticas de inovação tivessem uma facilidade de implementação, ou digamos, uma maior eficiência na implementação. Acima de tudo, a constituição da Associação Porto Digital, que envolve os maiores motores de desenvolvimento da cidade, digamos, além da rede de 36 parceiros, a Associação é constituída por 4 promotores, nos quais se incluem a Câmara Municipal do Porto, a Universidade do Porto, a Associação Empresarial de Portugal e a Metro do Porto. Portanto, elementos determinantes para que se implementem processos disseminados e projetos disseminados na cidade do Porto. E na eleição deste último Executivo, a criação do Pelouro da Inovação, que mostra também um claro compromisso com a mudança e com o suporte a estratégias de mudança e inovação na cidade. Um outro ponto, o acesso, e aquele que hoje está, digamos, aqui em cima da mesa. Sentimos efetivamente que, face ao mundo que vivemos, uma cidade não concorre mais numa região, num país, concorre a uma escala global. E um fator de competitividade e estímulo da economia local e regional é, acima de tudo, a criação de infraestruturas de comunicações de alto débito. Por fatores diversos, conhecemos, quer pela fixação de população, nomeadamente população jovem e qualificada nas cidades, quer pela atração de investimentos de alto valor acrescentado para as regiões, a criação de novas dinâmicas na sociedade, o incentivo à criatividade e inovação e, acima de tudo, não esquecer a promoção da infoinclusão para não criarmos aqui novos fatores de exclusão social. Qual é o nosso objetivo no Porto? O nosso objetivo no Porto é ligar 100% das instituições de ensino numa rede de alto débito de fibra óptica. Instituições de ensino superior, escolas EB2 e EB3, escolas EB1, ligar 50% dos edifícios que são os edifícios relevantes do universo autárquico, ligar a totalidade das juntas de freguesia e ligar outras entidades relevantes para a gestão da cidade, nomeadamente polícia, bombeiros, entidades ligadas à proteção civil. O backbone principal estará concluído no final deste mês e, portanto, teremos concluída uma primeira fase do nosso desígnio. Até ao fim do ano, e com base num estudo aprofundado daquelas que são as infraestruturas de fibra óptica existentes, iremos fazer um plano e um estudo de investigação operacional que nos permita planear a segunda fase de uma forma rigorosa, otimizando, digamos, todo o tipo de infraestruturas públicas e privadas existentes na cidade. Está prevista uma primeira fase da conclusão da capilaridade para o final do primeiro semestre de 2007. Em termos de médio e longo prazo, é um objetivo, embora ainda em fase de conversação, a massificação de uma forma quantitativa da oferta de banda larga a toda a grande área metropolitana do Porto. Otimizar, acima de tudo, a infraestrutura de base existente na GAMP, articulando e consensuando posições, nomeadamente naquelas que são as entidades públicas que possuem redes relevantes na área metropolitana. E daqui destaco, nomeadamente, a Metro do Porto e as Águas do Douro e Paiva, que juntamente com a Porto Digital, aí mais cingida à cidade do Porto, detêm já uma grande infraestrutura no terreno e, portanto, é essencial que estas três entidades se articulem e consensuem, acima de tudo, posições para que possamos otimizar aquilo que já existe, reduzindo assim desperdícios de dinheiros públicos. Mas é essencial também garantir, numa segunda fase e nesta massificação e quantitativa, o investimento privado. Investimento público para cobrir uma grande área, nomeadamente áreas de regiões mais desfavorecidas e que comercialmente são por vezes menos interessantes, mas também repartir aqui um risco com parceiros privados e minimizar também a curva de aprendizagem que há na gestão de uma infraestrutura como esta, que muitas vezes, embora tenhamos a universidade envolvida no projeto, temos aqui condicionantes de negócio que por vezes não estão no conhecimento de qualquer um dos promotores da associação. Nesta ligação, digamos, metropolitana foi já dado um primeiro passo e as Águas de Douro e Paiva apresentaram à UMIC uma candidatura que está em curso para a ligação das sedes de 18 municípios à sua infraestrutura, o que cria já aqui alguns canais de ligação com redes urbanas que já existem, nomeadamente no caso do Porto Digital, digamos que o link estará feito com base na autarquia e nos espaços de concelho da cidade. Com base em tudo isto temos, e digamos que hoje aqui também aprendi muito com os meus oradores de mesa, com os meus colegas de mesa, essencialmente nos modelos de implementação. Temos discutido muitas realidades, temos discutido muitos modelos de gestão e digamos que hoje em dia o modelo mais consensual em termos de gestão junto das entidades que têm vindo a ser envolvidas no processo é uma parceria pública-privada em que, digamos, a infraestrutura básica, digamos, condutas e fibra escura, seja, acima de tudo, gerida por uma entidade maioritariamente pública. Nós encaramos isto, fazemos um pouco a analogia com as redes de águas e digamos que aqui estamos a falar de toda a rede de abastecimento de água das cidades e sentimos que sendo esta uma infraestrutura básica para a gestão da cidade, não deve sair das mãos de uma entidade pública ou maioritariamente pública. Ao nível da rede, da conectividade e iluminação da rede, nesta nossa primeira abordagem seria assegurada por uma entidade selecionada, privada, com responsabilidade, acima de tudo, pela gestão dessa mesma rede e operação comercial a operadores, digamos, de retalho. E aqui teríamos, para todas as infraestruturas públicas envolvidas, níveis de serviço e de qualidade de serviço devidamente acordados que fugiriam desta operação comercial. Portanto, garantindo aí a salvaguarda das entidades que disponibilizaram a sua infraestrutura e contribuindo para a massificação e para o aumento da qualidade dos serviços ao longo de toda a área metropolitana. E depois os serviços seriam oferecidos de uma forma transversal pelos operadores existentes no mercado, seguindo as normais regras da concorrência e de mercado. Mas o acesso, acima de tudo, não se faz só com, digamos, infraestrutura física. é essencial criar as plataformas virtuais que permitam depois criar modelos de interação com o cidadão. Portanto, no âmbito do Porto Digital, estamos também a definir uma plataforma transversal, suporte a todos os projetos, disponibiliza de uma forma comum a todos os projetos funcionalidades e serviços comuns, como sejam fóruns, agendas, motores de pesquisa, as homepages, serviços de webmail, que permitam depois replicar, nomeadamente ao nível portais temáticos, portais de cada uma das entidades, serviços ao cidadão, sejam, digamos, replicações de investimento simples e que não haja uma duplicação de esforço e de recursos no desenvolvimento de segmentos que já foram desenvolvidos em fases anteriores. Outro fator, e que sentimos também essencial para que estas políticas resultem, prende-se com a formação e qualificação da população. Sentimos que não basta, não é importante dar o peixe, acima de tudo é importante ensinar a pescar, dar a cana e ensinar a pescar. E enquanto não implementarmos políticas que, acima de tudo, permitam à população um aumento da confiança na utilização destas plataformas, dificilmente as conseguiremos massificar. Embora tenhamos em diversos exemplos, e referidos pelo professor Luís Magalhães, os early adopters portugueses, nomeadamente na área dos telemóveis, no multibanco, em muitos serviços que foram pioneiros em Portugal, mas sentimos que, no caso de algumas plataformas, e temos o caso dos serviços online que vão acontecendo em diversos municípios, que necessitam de um empurrão e que precisam de um apoio e de uma criação de confiança junto do utilizador. E essa solução no Porto está a ser agora, digamos, estudada. Lançamos recentemente um projeto, digamos, transversal e que vai ser tocado em alguns destes vetores, a Cidade das Profissões, em que pretendemos, acima de tudo, dar algum apoio, assistir o utilizador na utilização das ferramentas que vamos gradualmente implementando no projeto, mas também criar condições para que, dentro daquela que é a oferta do mercado, com base na pesquisa dos nossos técnicos, com base naquela que é a realidade de algumas entidades que atuam no mercado, encaminhar os utilizadores para soluções que vão de encontro às suas reais necessidades. Estamos também a implementar um piloto numa escola básica para criação via videoconferência de sessões e de interação com outras entidades na cidade. Mas aqui, acima de tudo, o enfoque passa pela necessidade extrema de formação junto da população, de forma a potenciar a utilização das ferramentas. E é também essencial criar interesse por aquelas que são as soluções criadas, de forma a dinamizar a utilização das mesmas. Temos diversos projetos em curso, de uma forma transversal, nomeadamente plataformas, digamos, de animação do portal, muito orientadas para a geração de comunidades, para os jogos cooperativos, jogos temáticos e educativos. Temos, acima de tudo, portais temáticos relacionados com a realidade da cidade, área social, turismo, qualidade de vida urbana, cultura. São áreas em que tentamos também aqui cruzar um pouco as prioridades e a estratégia existente para a cidade, de forma a conseguirmos conciliar aquelas que eram as necessidades do cidadão com aquela que é a visão que existe para a cidade do Porto. E dividimos aqui um pouco, digamos, o interesse. É importante aqui também envolver a população utilizadora dentro das entidades. E dentro do município, e cingindo-me aqui ao município, foi também importante criar projetos que, acima de tudo, facilitassem a vida ao utilizador e ao colaborador na sua atuação diária e no seu processo de trabalho corrente, nomeadamente através da desmaterialização de processos de negócio críticos que permitissem aumentar a eficiência, aumentar a qualidade de serviço ao cidadão, aumentar a capacidade de resposta da Câmara e, ao mesmo tempo, ter, digamos, uma resposta em tempo útil mais sustentada e que vai mais de encontro às necessidades e expectativas do cidadão. Destaco também aqui uma junção daquela que é a evolução que existiu nos serviços do município com aquela que é a prestação de serviço ao cidadão, com a disponibilização prevista para o final deste ano de um conjunto de serviços online que permitirá aumentar, digamos, a disponibilidade de serviços por parte do município, libertando o canal físico da procura recorrente que muitos cidadãos fazem, passando para o canal web ou para o próprio centro de contato que se prevê que arranque durante o próximo ano. Tentar ser rápido. O envolvimento. Acima de tudo, temos também a noção de que é essencial criar plataformas que permitam a colaboração, que permitam a partilha de conhecimento, que permitam a melhoria organizacional dentro das entidades e na comunidade que as envolve. E, portanto, temos previsto o lançamento até ao final do próximo semestre de uma extranet que envolve todas as juntas de freguesia, escolas EB1 participadas e entidades relevantes da cidade, minimizando aqui os fluxos de informação papel, os fluxos de pessoas, otimizando os processos de trabalho da própria autarquia e das organizações com que ela interagem. O desenvolvimento da plataforma de compras eletrónica é também um primeiro sinal disso, de criar, digamos, um efeito de modernidade na gestão da autarquia, e salientar aqui que esta é a primeira plataforma de compras eletrónicas existente em municípios, o que é também um motivo de orgulho para o projeto Porto Digital. E, mais uma vez, a cidade das profissões. Aqui saliento o espírito de cooperação existente entre entidades relevantes na gestão da cidade, que permitiram ter uma oferta integrada ao cidadão, muitas vezes inacessível por falta de articulação e de consenso entre as diferentes entidades. E essencial para criar esta dinâmica de inovação e dinâmica de crescimento e desenvolvimento económico e social é ter mecanismos de incentivo ao dispor do cidadão. Nós, enquanto entidade pública, entendemos que não devemos ter um papel ativo nesta matéria, mas que devemos, acima de tudo, ajudar e ser um facilitador junto do cidadão para que possa encontrar soluções mais facilmente para implementar o seu projeto, para orientar a sua vida profissional ou laboral. E, portanto, no âmbito também da cidade das profissões, temos um consultório técnico, digamos, que, face à necessidade do cidadão, o orienta em cada momento para para aquela que é a sua real necessidade. Está também em estudo a implementação de uma plataforma de consultoria baseada num portal web para empreendedores que queiram lançar iniciativas na cidade do Porto. Terminando, e peço desculpa por isto ser um pouco a correr, falta-me um pequeno slide da monitorização, acima de tudo porque sentimos que é essencial criarmos, quando estamos a implementar estratégias, quando estamos a implementar projetos, há aqui uma pequena falha, é essencial termos mecanismos de monitorização, não só para percebermos o impacto das nossas políticas, mas acima de tudo também termos uma ferramenta de benchmarking nacional e internacional. E, portanto, estamos também a implementar um observatório, digamos, de inovação e desenvolvimento na cidade, que nos permita adequar a estratégia da cidade à política de inovação e crescimento, mas também que nos permita ter um elemento comparativo com outras realidades nacionais e internacionais. Agradeço a atenção, peço desculpa pelo desvio no tempo, mas...
Muito obrigado. Agora queria dirigir aqui uma pergunta ao François Barre, antes de chegarmos às questões do auditório. François, o que é que estava a ouvir? What did you hear during this session?
Thank you, and I will try to concentrate on 3 points as a way to be short, since I realize we're past the end of the session. Although, with the weather, I'm not sure people really are in a rush to get outside. But, the 3 dominant themes which I thought were really interesting was, the first one is that what we're seeing is the creation of a different way to build infrastructure, and that's a bottom-up construction of infrastructure. Whether it's fiber optic or Wi-Fi, wireless, the fact that cities are getting involved in building infrastructure is really new. I mean, it is new in the last 50 years or so. They used to do that a long time ago, but in the recent period, infrastructure has been created by telecommunications companies and made available. What that creates is the possibility for a very interesting virtuous cycle of innovation, because the end users of these services are now those that put them together and configure them and help install those services. And as a result, they will know better what they need, and they can build what they need within this infrastructure. And we see a lot of that in many of the Wi-Fi systems. We see a lot of that in the municipal fibers. The second point comes a little bit from this one, which is I'm amazed at the variety of business models that are explored with that. You would think that there would be one way to build those networks, but in fact, we're seeing a tremendous experimentation in terms of who builds the network. That can be the cities, that can be contractors, that can be ISPs like Earthlink, that can be Google, Microsoft, etc. That can be, and then who operates the networks. Once they've been built by one actor, you see a variety of other operators. And that goes way beyond the case of Portugal that we've heard, or the cases that we've heard in the US. If you look at Latin America, for example, in Argentina, there are a number of what we've started to call micro telcos, small-scale telephone companies, many of them started by cooperatives, people getting together and building networks in places where the dominant operator doesn't go, and they're using the same technologies, Wi-Fi, fiber, etc. These kinds of experimentations with business model are interesting because they often explore ways to put networks together which the traditional operators tell us cannot work. One of the interesting aspects of the example of Philadelphia that was described is that we have one operator that deploys the network, Earthlink, and then that infrastructure becomes an open platform. And many others can come in and participate. Well, if you talk to cable television companies, they tell us that this is impossible, that they have to maintain control over their network, that you cannot open it to many operators. So it's going to be very interesting to see whether it actually works in those experiments, and then maybe that will have some interesting lessons for other kinds of networks. Whereas one of the other network which was not mentioned here is the one of Austin in Texas, where the city is actually aggregating networks which have been built by a variety of people. They can be small cooperative networks, school networks, business networks, and putting onto these networks a city overlay that brings to the customer an integrated interface. That's yet another model. I think the example that Vladimiro showed us about Porto is yet another way to run this, and I'm very curious to see how this experimentation unfolds. And the final and last point has mostly to do with wireless and with Wi-Fi. And I find it really striking, really amazing, the level of success that Wi-Fi has had over the past 5 to 10 years, especially because this was an accidental success. I mean, the Federal Communications Commission in the US now likes to claim that they had the foresight to open wireless to unlicensed use, and that this has been one of their biggest success in the past. But in fact, the reason why we have unlicensed Wi-Fi in this 2.4 gigabit gigahertz frequency is that this is the worst frequency you can imagine. Nobody wanted it. They called it garbage band. And the reason why it's so bad is that that's the frequency that excites water. It's what your microwave uses to warm up water. So as a result, it doesn't travel through anything wet very well. You know, any things like trees, people, rain, you know, all that makes propagation really complex. So this is one of the frequencies that nobody wanted, not the broadcasters, not the cell phone carriers, nobody else thought this was useful, and therefore it became available, and the FCC said, well, why not just leave it up for unlicensed? Yet we've had this amazing success. What this suggests is that if we did the same kind of thing, if we tried this unlicensed approach with good bands, we might actually get really very interesting evolution. And we have a number of good bands that are becoming available in the United States, and I believe in Europe as well, as a result of the transition towards digital television, that the bands that the broadcaster used to occupy with traditional analog television are going to be freed up to some degree by the transition towards digital television. In the US, there is this question about what's called the white space between the channels. We used to have such bad receivers for television that we needed to leave some space between two channels so that the signals would not interfere. Well, receivers are much better now, and that white space is essentially wasted. It would be easy to open that for unlicensed use. And in the end, I think this creates the potential for real third avenue to providing broadband besides telephone networks with ADSL, cable modems, maybe even fiber. This unlocks the possibility for Wi-Fi to be, or for wireless to be a broadband and ubiquitous and very fast infrastructure. So.
Thanks a lot, François. And now I would like to ask the audience if there is any question. I think, just as François said, probably nobody is in a hurry here to go out into the rain, so we have all the time to ask questions here. Oh, okay. If you have a question to Esme, she has to leave in 5 minutes. So please put it now. Well, it doesn't seem that there is anybody venturing. Esme, before you leave, I have a question to you. There is a curious thing happening around Wi-Fi access points, I would even say. There is, can we call it a company, FON, F-O-N, that has a curious business model, and it's created by a gentleman that is pretty well known here in the Iberian Peninsula, because he created companies called Jastel both in Portugal and in Spain.
It's a company called FON, F-O-N.com. It's a company of Martin Varsavsky. And what he does is he gives away free access points to people. And the idea is that you get this access point, you open access to anybody, you know, who happens to be in your neighborhood. And his theory is that if everybody opens their access points, there will be ubiquitous Wi-Fi. That company is now working with ISPs, because obviously there's a big problem. Many ISPs, in their service agreement with you, they say you cannot share your connection. But I think FON is trying to remedy that by having deals with ISPs. Whether or not this is going to work is another story. One of the things I've seen is that people will not open their access unless they feel that their own home network is safe. It's like you're not going to open the door unless you know who's in front of it, right? So one of the remedies that they've done with the new access points they're sending out is to have 2 SSIDs, one for your home network, which is separate from the ID that you give out to people who want to share your connection. And I think the next thing that will make this happen faster and better is if people can actually control the amount of bandwidth that you are willing to share to someone who shows up on your network. Because the last thing you want to do is to have someone hogging all your bandwidth, even though it's a safe, you know, there's a wall between your network and the outside network.
Thank you very much, Esme. I think we let you leave now. Thanks a lot for your participation, and thanks for this great contribution that you made.
Thank you very much.
And I hope you won't get too wet out there. Okay, do we have any other question from the audience? If not, I will monopolize this a little bit, and because there is one thing that I really don't understand, or at least I have difficulties in getting this clear in my head, and that is there is such a lot of talk about regulation and about letting the market sort things out and making sure that the market is not distorted. How do municipal networks fit into this? Isn't that creating a completely new set of questions for the regulators? I don't know if you have a view of, or if you can share with us what the FCC says, and maybe our colleague from Porto can just comment on the situation here in Portugal when it comes to regulation.
Again, I'm not as familiar with Europe as I probably should be, but I know in the U.S. there's the big debate between should cities have the right to what is defined as competing unfairly with the incumbents or the private marketplace. And I have 2 very strong opinions. One is if you take this free market argument, the city is a big consumer of technology, probably in the millions of dollars range, especially when you move to any kind of regional or state government. And so as a consumer of the technology, if a government decides that buying Wi-Fi, for example, or its own fiber is in the best needs of its workers and is also in the best needs of its constituents, then as a consumer it has every right to make that decision. It has every right to make the decision on how that is going to be implemented and how it's going to be distributed, because the other side of that equation is that if the residents of a city or a state decide that they want their government to run, to own, to manage, to do whatever it is they're going to do with that network, then that is the right of that city to make that decision. It is the right of those citizens to make that decision. And if it goes against the incumbent in the area, life is rough that way. But it is ultimately, you know, there's a argument that goes in favor of you know, we don't want the government to intrude and we don't want the government to make decisions, yet when the local residents make a decision about which way they want to go, then all of a sudden they're wrong, and then the incumbents are going to come in and try to pass legislation against the local exercise of their own rights. And so I just have a severe issue with that. The second thing is, if you look at it, at wireless technology, it is the next evolution of technology in a certain sense of communicating. So the same way that we went from railroad trains to airplanes to move people from one point to another or freight from one point to another, Wi-Fi is the next generation, if you will, of technology following cellular, which will move data from one point to the other much faster and much and less expensively. And so subsequently, the same way that the airplane displaced the railroads in many aspects of our lives, so too should Wi-Fi be allowed to do the same thing if it is indeed a better technology.
François, would you like to comment as well?
Well, very briefly, again, I agree with Greg on the fact that the municipalities should have the right to run their networks. You were asking what the FCC thinks about this. Well, this is one of the cases where nobody cares what the FCC thinks about it because they have no jurisdiction over this. The cities have the right to use their buildings to put antennas and to use the unlicensed spectrum to do whatever they want, in the same way as other people can do this. So as a result, because they have no leverage through the FCC, the incumbent phone companies who don't like the fact that cities are providing free access to what could be their customers are trying to pass law that rules it illegal for the cities to do this. So the battle at this point is not at the FCC, it's in Congress. And with the change of Congress we had a week ago, we don't yet know what will happen.
Okay. Porto.
No caso do Porto, eu penso, nesta primeira fase, e resumindo da área urbana, os problemas, digamos, de intervenção no mercado surgirão apenas ao nível das organizações que estarão envolvidas, nomeadamente Câmara e Universidade. Não sentimos que vá ter um impacto numa primeira fase do projeto em termos de adulterar as regras de mercado massificado. Quando falamos do alargamento da área metropolitana, e se tiverem a oportunidade de verificar no modelo apresentado, não somos tão arrojados como algumas propostas que aqui foram feitas, acima de tudo porque sabemos que com estas já podemos ter alguns problemas, não é? E, portanto, queremos dar passos mais sólidos, embora encontrando sempre as melhores soluções para o utilizador final. É um pouco isto. E em termos da área metropolitana, o que se passa é tentarmos, acima de tudo, ter uma oferta mais equitativa de acordo, independentemente da localização geográfica do utilizador final. Não massificar a utilização livre de soluções wireless ou outras. Não é?
Obrigado. Professor Magalhães, a ANACOM responde ao Governo, a Autoridade de Concorrência responde ao Governo, a UMIC também responde ao Governo. Como é que gere estas questões que, evidentemente, também têm implicações ao nível regulatório.
No que toca ao aspecto regulatório, a UMIC não tem qualquer atribuição. A atribuição está com a ANACOM, com a entidade reguladora. Já agora, a relação quer da ANACOM, quer da Autoridade de Concorrência, tem naturalmente uma relação com o Governo, mas tem também larga autonomia em termos de decisão técnica bom, agora, no que toca à ação propriamente da UMIC, não há qualquer participação nessa área. A UMIC promove a utilização e a penetração da sociedade de informação, estimula que certos meios de apoio público e certos meios de apropriação pública destas tecnologias sejam acelerados e sejam incorporados, facilita a discussão de alguns modelos de serviço, inclusivamente. Por exemplo, o aspecto que eu referi na intervenção da necessidade de avançar para novos serviços sobre banda larga e nova forma de gerir este género de serviços foi objeto de um workshop específico em que tivemos várias pessoas convidadas do estrangeiro para discutir isso, em particular com uma comunidade vasta. E também é verdade que estas situações que são criadas, por um lado, pelo que é possível implementar nos projetos de cidades e regiões digitais, a nível de infraestrutura gerida no âmbito desses projetos, e também em conjugação com os tais projetos de redes comunitárias que foram aqui também aludidos, vão criar uma situação nova e, enfim, eles, em última medida, são infraestruturas que vão ser geridas por entidades públicas ou por consórcios de entidades públicas e é uma nova função que algumas delas são chamadas a desempenhar e estão a avançar com cautela nessa área, mas é uma área em que claramente vamos ver mudanças muito significativas à medida que se for avançando e ganhando experiência.
Muito obrigado. Agora, não? Então, se faz favor, uma pergunta rápida, eu acho que continua a chover.
Boa tarde, o meu nome é António Cerveira Pinto, a pergunta é para o Porto. A minha curiosidade é esta, só diria antes disso que em Espanha há legislação que praticamente interdita a utilização de wireless livre no espaço público. Foi algo que as empresas, nomeadamente a PT espanhola, como é que se chama, a Telefónica, conseguiu em algum governo há algum tempo atrás. Cá parece que felizmente isso ainda não foi conseguido. A questão é esta, sendo o espaço público e havendo espaço público nas cidades, está ou não a Câmara do Porto a pensar, por exemplo, tornar o parque da cidade, que é uma zona muito extensa, numa zona wireless free. Portanto, eu dou este exemplo porque é uma área muito grande, é frequentada por muita gente, e, portanto, poderia, talvez respondendo a esta pergunta muito concreta, eu ficaria a perceber qual é a política do Porto relativamente ao wireless.
O que eu lhe digo vem um bocadinho ao encontro do que disse há pouco, não é? Nós, nesta fase, no âmbito desta rede, da rede comunitária que aqui falamos e da rede urbana que falamos, estamos a dar passos sólidos e sustentados pela dimensão do próprio projeto. Temos estudado pilotos para a implementação de zonas wireless free, e depois estamos a estudar o nível de qualidade de serviço que será disponibilizado de forma, digamos, gratuita, e digo-lhe, um pouco em antemão, embora isto ainda esteja a ser alinhado com alguns parceiros, que temos em vista que no próximo ano o Parque da Cidade tenha uma solução semelhante. E, portanto, a estratégia é ir testando e percebendo a evolução da realidade também, não é? Porque, como viu, e nestes 15 minutos não foi possível abarcar os projetos com a sustentação que eu pretendia, tive que fazer um pouco tudo a correr, mas temos neste momento dado também o fecho do quadro, dado o apoio que temos do POSC e da UMIC neste projeto, prazos muito restritos para cumprir determinados objetivos e temos que nos enfocar nesses mesmos objetivos. Findo o próximo semestre, primeiro semestre do próximo ano, empenharemos em encontrar novos caminhos, novos rumos, mas vamos testar pequenos pilotos para, não só nessa área das soluções wireless, como da videovigilância, para tentar criar novas dinâmicas dentro da cidade.
Muito obrigado a todos os oradores. Eu acho que percorremos todos os continentes, ouvimos inúmeros exemplos de modelos de negócio acerca das cidades de banda larga e peço desculpa pela demora, por termos ultrapassado tanto o tempo dessa sessão. E desejo a todos uma boa noite. Obrigado.
Muito obrigado também. Por hoje é tudo. Voltaremos amanhã, pelas 9 horas, para o último dia deste 16º Congresso das Comunicações, com a parte 2, os próximos 20 anos em sessão plenária. E como dizia o nosso ilustre moderador, faça o favor de se prevenir, já que o tempo lá fora é, efetivamente, de muita chuva e muito vento. Ainda assim, votos de um resto de dia feliz. Boa tarde e até amanhã.